They get it, yeah. We're live on Shaw, so I'd like to thank our media and broadcast partners for covering tonight's meeting. Or we're live on Rogers, I should say. I'd like to begin the meeting as we do in a good way by acknowledging with respect that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory and that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and known as Bawating. Bawating is home to Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. Before we go into the agenda, I'd like to go to Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce that last Wednesday, the 13th, was World Kindness Day, and we released our video, which is called Respect Each Other. It's on our socials that day, and it features all volunteers, some from our accessibility committee, some community members, really putting forth the message of inclusion and respecting each other in public spaces. So if you can, take a look for it. It's called We Respect Each Other, and it was on our socials last Wednesday. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Madam Clerk.
Vezo-Allen, that the agenda for city.
All in favor? That carries.
Agenda item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest. I haven't received any.
Council, any declarations? Seeing none.
Agenda item 4, I have a motion by councillors Vezo-Allen and Gardy, resolved that the report of the manager of purchasing dated November 18, 2024, concerning the provision of cellular service as required by City of Sault Ste. Marie be received and the services be awarded to Bell Mobility Inc. for a term of 6 years at the quoted pricing, HST Extra, with extension options by mutual agreement.
Questions, Council? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries.
And that will take us to agenda item 5, the former Sioux Area Hospital site RFP recommendation. Do you want me to read the motion first? It's a motion by councillors Dufour and Gardy. Resolved that the report of the CAO dated November 18, 2024 concerning the request for proposal process for the former Sioux Area Hospital site be received, and that the city-owned property described as areas A and B in this report to council, being 941 Queen Street East, 941 Queen Street East Water Lot, and 10 Lucy Terrace, having been declared surplus to the city's needs, be authorized by council for disposition in accordance with the city's policy for the disposition of lands to Green Infrastructure Partners, Inc. for the amount of $1 and on the basis of the terms and conditions as set out in this report. B, the city-owned property described as Area C in this report, specifically 995 Queen Street East, having been declared surplus to the city's needs and be authorized for disposition in accordance with the city's policy for the disposition of lands to Ruscio Masonry and Construction Limited for the sum of $2 million and on the basis of the terms and conditions as set out in this report. C, the city be authorized to enter into and formalize a vendor take-back mortgage with Ruscio Masonry and Construction Limited for the purchase price of the lands, being 995 Queen Street East, with such mortgage to be registered on closing, and to further authorize the city solicitor or her designate to execute the necessary documentation to effect the said vendor take-back mortgage on the basis of the terms and conditions as set out in this report. Further, that council authorize the survey costs for the easements required by the city. Further, that council authorize the city's contribution of $221,000 from the Municipal Demolition Reserve Fund to be paid to Green Infrastructure Partners, Inc. upon the commencement of demolition of the buildings located at 941 Queen Street East and 941 Queen Street East water lot. Further, that council authorize the proceeds from the sale of 995 Queen Street East be placed back to the contingency reserve. Further, that council authorize the exemption from the noise bylaw to Green Infrastructure Partners, Inc. and their contractors, affiliate companies involved in the demolition of the former General Hospital building at 941 Queen Street East and 941 Queen Street East water lot, commencing when demolition work begins and ending when demolition is complete, and no later than 10 weeks from the date of commencement of demolition.
Okay, council. Questions? Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ver and Ms. Fields. On the first page regarding the mitigating property standards violations in terms of staff time and expenses that have been incurred due to that, could you give us an overview in terms of what legal costs we've had up to the date of the sale when Mr. Ferrari owned the property, and as well what costs there have been incurred in terms of bylaw enforcement and that sort of thing?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen. We had from outside legal approximately $85,000 on two different matters. And for the bylaw, so contractor invoices, the city put out about $31,000 for that. That doesn't count, it doesn't take into consideration time spent by in-house counsel to do the work as well.
And Mr. Vera, do you have any idea in terms of bylaw enforcement, the costs incurred for seeing to the property, doing inspections?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, the building division estimated that it was $31,000. That included the contractor invoices as well as the staff time spent on those properties.
Okay, and that's just from the time that we've been tracking when Mr. Ferrari owned it, not prior?
Correct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, that was over the last term of council and up until my October 1st report.
Okay. And then I just have some questions for clarification from page 3 of the report that you included. For the renal unit, which has been purchased by Dave Ruscio, it says construction within 12 months. So in terms of that, could you just relate exactly what that means to us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, the RFP that we issued had requested that proponents submit building permits within 12 months of the close of the sale. The proposal submitted by Mr. Ruscio actually indicated that he will have people actually working on the site. So he anticipates providing those building permits earlier and actually having construction on the building within 12 months.
Okay. But the requirement is that it has to be within that 12-month period.
Correct.
Okay. And if not, does the mortgage take back happen in that regard? If we find that he's not in compliance of that 12-month period?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen. So that will be something that we finalize within the final agreement. The take back provisions within our agreement with Ruscio Construction.
Okay.
But notionally, we had talked about the ability for the city to take back the properties should any of the proponents not live up to the expectations of the city.
Okay, but our expectation is that construction will commence within that 12-month period of time after the sale is complete.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, that's correct.
And then in terms of the hospital, demolition, so complete demolition within 18 months. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, that is correct. Once again, our condition in the RFP was demolition within 18 months, complete. The submission from GIP has indicated that they are going to be taking a very timely demolition of the property, so they anticipate demolition to begin within 30 to 45 days of agreement closing. And they've indicated they anticipate having the building down, very shortly after that.
And that would include all the environmental cleanup and all of that sort of thing, that within that 18-month period, then the property would be development ready.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, yes, that 18-month period would see the complete demolition of the building. And so that property would then be available or ready for further development.
Okay, then my only other question relates to further in the report is that for the hospital site, that there must be a development plan within 5 years and submissions of building permits. So is that within 5 years of the date of sale or within 5 years of the demolition being completed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, that would be 5 years from the date of sale, the close of the sale. And in the submission from GIP, they've indicated they will have a master plan done within 24 to 36 months.
Okay. My only other question, which is not within the report, if GIP and I have, great faith in the two proponents of the properties. I think it's great that we have locals that are wanting to invest in something that has been a blight for many years. And within that provision, they demolish. Are they able to sell the property if they decide that they do not want to develop it once it's development ready? Because then there is another provision that says, at either time that, agreements are not adhered to, then the city can take back the properties. So that wasn't clear if they've purchased it, done the demo, and now it's development ready, are they able to sell the property to another developer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, maybe we'll have legal speak to that. My understanding and expectation is that they will be purchasing the property, so they would be able to sell it. But conditions that the city would have on that property would have to transfer over to the new owner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezzo Allen, that's correct. There would be something registered like a restrictive covenant, which would then bind future owners of the lands to the same conditions as we are setting out here.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I just have comments. So whenever you want that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I just want to say this has been a blight on our community. And it first went up for sale in July 2011 for 4.9 million. There weren't any takers. It then went reduced in March of 2013 for 1.9. And I believe Stouffer, who was the first developer, purchased it for about $60,000 from the Sioux Area Hospital Board of Governors and the Ministry of Health. It's something we've heard about probably since I've been elected weekly. Also living in the neighborhood, I experienced it weekly. I am feeling confident that we have two local folks and families that are committed to our community. We've endured lots of difficulties with out-of-town developers that aren't adhering to what they say they're going to do. So I do support this, and I have strong faith that safeguards will be in place so that what they say is going to be done will be done, and that we will have a beautiful renewed asset on our waterfront. So thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Vezzo Allen. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to, I think this first question will probably go to Ms. Hamilton Beach or Mr. Girardi. In here, there was mentioning about the tipping fees, and there's obviously mention of about demolishing the old building and so forth. And can you just elaborate on when they start to demolish the building, the materials will be going to our landfill site? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. What will happen on site is they'll separate the materials. First, they have to do their hazardous assessment and take out certain materials, separate them all. Once the demo of the building starts, they'll separate the brick and then they'll take the concrete, bust the concrete. It'll be reused on site. They'll probably crush it to to an A gravel and reuse it to fill the cavity once the foundations have been pulled out. So yes, some of the materials will be going to landfill and some materials will be used on site. And
Okay,
of course, there's the recycling of the steel and everything else that'll go to appropriate places.
excellent. Very thorough. If they come across anything hazardous that is environmentally not suitable for a landfill site, what happens then?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, if there's something of that type, they would have to address it on their own. Our landfill can only accept materials that are legally can be brought to our landfill.
Okay, so because we're going to basically forfeit the tipping fees, if they come across something that is not suitable for our landfill, that will not be coming out of our own pockets. That's definitely their own.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Couple other questions. Again, through you, Mayor, to probably Mr. Vare. As you know, the waterfront is so important to all of us, and we have been working very hard on a vision for the waterfront. Would you be able to touch base on how this particular developer will hopefully continue on with our vision? I guess my main question is, will the hub trail still be accessible for individuals? Will you, in your opinion, this developer want to work with our team to make sure that our waterfront vision will carry on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the Hub Trail land is actually owned by the city, so that land will remain. It'll be accessible to the public. Certainly, as part of the master plan, in our conversations with the proponents, there would be conversations with the city. And then when they did get to the stage, where they were submitting actual building permits, they would go through the planning process with site plan review, and our planning department would be involved in those conversations. And I'm confident that they will be submitting something, working with the city, that the city will be proud of and align with our waterfront vision.
Okay, that's reassuring. And do you know in your discussions, if you don't mind, and maybe it's in the report, we talked about the units, we talked about accommodations. Are there going to be any zoning for retail, like a very small coffee shop or some boutiques?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the property right now is zoned C3, which does permit a mix of residential and commercial developments. So that is permitted now in their development, and through their master planning process, that's when we'll get the first look at what they're proposing for the site.
Okay, and so when do you think we might have insight to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, they'd committed to having that completed within 24 to 36 months.
Okay, that's not far off. That's great. Just two other questions. Thank you for that, Mr. Vare. And going back to my colleague, Councillor Lisa Valenzuela, can you just elaborate further on the deadlines? It sounded like you were saying that if they don't meet a deadline, is there some wiggle room? Can they ask for an extension?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, we've included those deadlines in our RFP. They'll be part of our agreement of purchase and sale with the proponents. If they did want to ask for an extension, that would be something that would have to come back to council, and then council could choose if they wanted to provide an extension or not.
Okay, that's good to know. And in closing, again, do you want comments? Okay. Not to repeat what my colleague was saying, but I support this 100%. This is going to be a great addition. But what I really like about this is that it's a local developer. And this particular local developer has proven more and more and more that they understand our community. They're basically born and raised in our community. And their successes are quite large with other projects. Their other projects have always been on time, always been on budget, and well respected in the development community, not just in Sault Ste. Marie, but all through Ontario. So I'm very confident that this particular developed, the Ruscios and GFL are wonderful, wonderful citizens, wonderful leaders of this community. And I believe that the outcome, the product that we're going to see is just going to be basically a wonderful, beautiful addition to our waterfront. And I know that they will be eager to work with our team as an equal because they have proven that over and over again. And I just can't wait to see this up and done. With regards to negotiating this deal, thank you for all your hard work to you and the team. And I do also want to say with regards to, the interest and so forth, it was a good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Vare. Mr. Vare, can you just let us know how the selection committee was determined and who was on it, if you can?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, the selection committee was determined by staff. It included 5 representatives from the CAO's office, Community Development Enterprise Services, the legal department, and our purchasing department.
Good. Has the city implemented any minimums on this future multi-residential and mixed-use development? So is there any minimums on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, there are no minimums specified in the RFP. Staff provided our analysis based on a mid and a high level projection of what we would believe would be the development on this property. And the proponents have committed to completing the master plan, within 24 to 36 months. And that'll provide our first look at the type of development that will be going on the site.
Has there been any communication with the purchaser that you would have been on the right track with that like mid to large size estimate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, we don't have the details of
Okay.
their proposed submission at this time. Given the investments that they're making in the demolition of the property and in the Reno property itself, certainly our expectation is going to be a sizable development in order for them to recoup their investment.
Okay. There's a lot of talk in the report about dates that building permits have to be taken out by, but are there any dates that they must be closed by?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, no, our specifications are the dates that the building permits would have to be received by the city.
So in that case, my question goes to the Building Faster Fund, which was rolled out over 3 years from, I believe, 2023 to 2026. Will the developers have the project far enough along for it to be included in Sault Ste. Marie's submission to the Building Faster Fund?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo. Looking at Councillor Hollingsworth. The provincial housing targets actually go to 2031.
Okay.
So with the timelines that we have, their submissions, if they proceed with the project, would help to meet our provincial housing targets.
Okay.
We do have some incentive money from the Building Faster Fund that goes till 2026. And then our community housing, community improvement plan, CIP, that goes until 2028. So it will be up to them, obviously within the 5 years to submit. If they get in sooner, they may be eligible for some of those incentives.
Okay, and then my last question just is in regards to the vendor take back mortgage. Why is no interest being charged on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, essentially the proposal that was submitted by Ruscio Construction included the $2 million purchase price with the installment payments over 5 years interest-free. So that is their submission in their proposal. We did have negotiations with them on that point. Essentially, the city would have the option of either decreasing the initial payment and having an interest rate charged on that, or continuing with the $2 million and having that interest-free. So our recommendation as staff is to proceed with the $2 million interest-free. We don't know for sure. There is potential that the project could be refinanced and that gets paid off earlier. So obviously that would be of benefit to the city. And I think from our perspective, that is the better way for the city to conclude this negotiation item.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick comment. I think this is as good of a deal as we could have hoped for. I know that there's been some chatter in the community about, us selling this for $1 or, whatever has been reported. But I think if you look over the long term, this is going to be a really wonderful investment into our city. We are going to recoup our money pretty quickly. And I think the only piece that I am sort of disappointed in is that, we're not getting a bit of interest on that mortgage. But aside from that, I think that our team has done a good job, and I'm happy to support this deal. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ver. Mr. Ver, just to piggyback off Councilor Vezo-Allen's questions regarding the Ruscio development. It says that they will have 12 months before construction starts, up to 12 months, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, yes, our specification was they'd had to submit the building permits within 12 months.
So do we have anything implemented stating when the project should be finished? When is turnkey operation for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, no, we don't have anything on the other end of the equation. We have the submission of the building permits. With that said, the submission from Ruscio did say they would actually have people boots on the ground construction within 12 months, which would mean they're submitting their building permits earlier and starting that work earlier than we anticipated in the RFP.
Would be interesting how long it would take them to finish the construction. And back to the hospital that they will have up to 5 years to start their build, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, that's correct.
And we don't know when that project can be completed by. Would it be 2 years later?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, we don't know. Yes, that's true. They will complete their master plan, and then that scale of development would determine how long their timing would be to complete the project.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple comments, Mr. Mayor, just to finish everything. I believe we have all the safeguards in place, and I think we must move forward with this. If we don't move forward, this property will stay as is for who knows how long. And I think it's important that we can develop it, or we have developers to develop it. There'll be a lot of revenue for the city. So we should be moving forward. I think it's a win-win for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bruni. Councilor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of the questions I had have been asked already. I just have a few short ones to ask, probably through you, more than likely, I think, to Mr. Girardi. Very approximate. Can you tell us approximately what the cost would be for the demolition of the old Surrey Hospital building? Or if it's anyone else?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Spina, I did achieve or get an estimate on it when we were first looking at this, and it was 4.675.
So just over 4.5 million. And you said when we were first looking at this, so was that a bit ago?
No, that was this year.
This year,
We
okay.
got more serious about moving forward with it.
So fairly recent cost estimate being a little over $4.5 million to tear down the building. So the reason I ask that is I think it's important for us to recognize that while there's a $2 million price tag on the property and a $1 price tag on another property, it's $4.5 million that the buyer is spending to tear down and take away the or discard the rubble from this property. That's a major investment from another great local company that's doing that. So I want to make sure that citizens know that not only was there a sale for $2 million, there's also 4.65 million we've heard in savings to the community for not having to tear down that hospital that someone else is taking on themselves. I think that's significant. And the only other question I had through you, Mr. Mayor, I think to Mr. Ver more than likely, the $221,000 from the demolition fund. Can you tell us? It sounds to me, I lead you a bit here, I guess. It sounds to me like this fund was created with a one-time influx of money of funds that went into it for the purpose of demolishing buildings that were derelict in our community, or buildings that were an eyesore, or buildings that caused a danger to our community. Does this fit within what that fund was created for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, yes. So the fund was created with that purpose, to demolish vacant buildings. And so this project certainly fits that category.
Right. So 221,000 sounds like a lot, but when we're putting it up against 4.6 million that the company is investing, it's using it for its intended purpose. It's exactly what it was used for. I think it's a great investment on our communities, on our city side. And I think it's a great way to show the partnership that we see. As many of my colleagues have said, these are two very reputable, very trustworthy companies here in Sault Ste. Marie. And I think it's a great partnership for us to go forward. And I've said this multiple times over the past several weeks. If council had moved in a different direction 14 years ago, we would be having a very different conversation today about the benefits that property has had for our community over the last 14 years. Instead, we're starting here today, but I think that's a fantastic starting point. I think we're setting up future councils in the future of our community for great success with projects like this. I think staff has done a great job to use funds for their intended purpose and to negotiate a deal that is fair, equitable for all parties, and really brings a good strategic partnership together for our community. So thank you for their work on that.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Several of my questions more generally have been asked already. So I have a couple specific questions though from area residents that I was just wondering if I could ask through you to either Mr. Ver or Mr. Girardi. One of the first ones is, can you talk a little bit about the noise bylaw exemption? What are the hours of work that are going to be contained in that noise bylaw exemption, and how long is that expected to last?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, the hours would be Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. It is anticipated that the demolition, once started, will take anywhere for about 8 weeks. 8 to 10 weeks would be the estimate at this point, but that's a preliminary estimate.
Okay, thanks. As well, will there be any vibration testing or any preliminary site inspections of the houses that are closest to the general hospital, just to ensure no movement, no issues, and some coverage in that event?
Mr. Girardi will field that question.
From GIP, it indicates that they do a vibration monitoring. So to me, it sounds like they would be, first of all, doing the monitoring and checking the area. So I think it's a great option for them from an insurance perspective. So I'm confident that will be done.
Thank you very much. Next up, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Girardi, can you just walk folks at home through what's involved with a demolition permit and what they can expect when it comes to rat abatement and hazardous materials?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Dufour, what will happen is they'll apply for their permit, and through that permit, they have to do a rat abatement. That's one of the things, and they will have to do a hazardous assessment and provide that to the city or to the building division. And then they would have to proceed through the process. GIP has a very good track record when it comes to managing and handling hazardous materials, very professional group. So I'm confident that they'll be following all their procedures, wearing the proper PPE, and doing the job that needs to be done.
Thanks, Mr. Girardi. One last question. As we go through this, what is a pretty large construction project, I know with a lot of our other road construction projects, the construction company has a designated spokesperson that will issue like construction progress reports every week and kind of facilitate that communication between area residents and the contractors. Are we able to look at setting something up similar here, either through our staff or through the staff at GIP, to have a centralized place for questions, neighborhood concerns to go to and get responded to in a timely manner, or for the company to communicate to residents what they can expect?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, yes, that's something we can address with the company. I would anticipate they'd be happy to provide that to residents.
I think it'd be a big asset. It's going to be a very busy 2 months, but I know one that will be very welcome in the neighborhood once it's completed. And with that, do we have an anticipated closing date for the agreement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, we don't at this time. It really is dependent on the legal teams from both sides finalizing that agreement of purchase and sale.
Okay, could we expect like a February, March demolition? Is that kind of what we're looking at, or would it be later on in the year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I think our expectation, and if the stars align, we would be looking at an earlier demolition start date than February.
Incredible. Excited to see it. And I think that this project is going to provide dividends for the community in the future, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Other councillors with questions, comments? I had discussed this project on social media last week, but I think I can reiterate some of those points about the benefits that it will provide to our city. But I think I also want to take council down memory lane here a little bit. This property became vacant around 2012, which is about the same time that the St. Mary's paper site became vacant. And St. Mary's paper site became owned by out-of-town landlords. And then part of it became owned by a local landlord or a local landowner, and the rest of it stayed with an out-of-town landlord. And what you saw was the local landlord, local landowner, redevelop that property with the care that a community member that lives here would give to an asset within our community. What you still see with the Pulp Tower is an out-of-town landlord that has no care about what it looks like because they're not invested in our community. And that has been the same problem with the General Hospital and the Reno building since they were purchased. Now, the Plummer Hospital was redeveloped early on in the vacancy process. So there's some kudos to the River's Edge folks who were able, Riverwalk developments that were able to get that project done. But since Mr. Ferrari purchased the property, it has been left in a state of disrepair that has become a blight and a hazard to our community and those living in that vicinity. If someone had come to us early in the term or at any point in the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years that Mr. Ferrari owned the property and said, it's going to take an upfront investment of $2.5 million, but we'll redevelop the Reno and we'll tear down the General at our expense, I think council would generally have jumped at that proposal. We're taking several steps to get there. We're buying it, we're selling it, we're contributing from the demolition fund. But at the end of the day, that's basically it. We're putting out an investment to get the General Hospital torn down and get the Reno property redeveloped. And it's all happening, I think, much quicker than any of us would have expected it to, and much quicker than any of us would have hoped. It was not much quicker than we would have expected it to, and as quick as we could have hoped it was going to. So overall, when this building is redeveloped, the Reno, and when the General Hospital property is built and developed on, we have the potential to make upwards of $1 million a year in new tax revenue to pay for things that people want, like better parks, better roads, more police officers, better city services. These are things that we aren't going to get unless we take the initial step to see it redeveloped. Because if we let it sit for longer, it's just going to stay in the state of repair that it is currently in. So I am very pleased that we have found people with a local connection to see this redevelopment through, because I think it is the only guaranteed way that we are going to keep the commitments that have been made. So with that, I'm strongly in favor of supporting this and believe that the cost to do nothing is greater than the cost that we're spending today. So I will ask council for a vote on that matter. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Madam Clerk. It's unanimous.
Agenda item 6 is the council report with respect to the license to occupy at 941 Queen Street East and the water lot. There's not a motion for that item, but there is a bylaw under item 7. And then I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Scott resolved that all bylaws under item 7 of the agenda under date November 18, 2024 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
I have a motion by councillors Vezo, Allen, and Gardy resolved that this council move into closed session to discuss one item concerning personal matters about an identifiable individual. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? That carries.
And a motion by councillors Vezo, Allen, and Gardy that this council shall now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries. Okay. All right, council, we've got quorum, so we're going to get started.
Is another meeting.
Council, we had a special meeting at 5 o'clock, which was also broadcast, and at which we thanked our media and broadcast partners for covering our meeting. So I'll, even though I've just said it, I'll skip it formally for this part of the meeting. I read the land acknowledgement at the opening of the previous meeting. So we will move into the approval of the agenda.
I have a motion by Councillors Vezo-Allen and Gardy, resolved that the agenda for November 18, 2024 budget meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
And I have not received any declarations of pecuniary interest.
Council, any declarations? Seeing none.
There is a mayoral direction with respect to the 2025 budget, and that direction was signed by Mayor Shoemaker on September 9, 2024.
Council,
And-
this is some silly requirement of the strong mayor powers that we have to comply with. So that's why that's on the agenda.
And under agenda item 5, 2025 budget input opportunities, Tessa Vecchio, Corporate Communications Officer, is in attendance.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As we prepare for the 2025 municipal budget, I am thrilled to share the many opportunities for our community to come together and shape the future of Sault Ste. Marie. The budget process is about more than numbers. It's about priorities, values, and our collective vision of creating a thriving, safe, and inclusive community where you belong. Beginning today until November 29th, we're inviting everyone to join us in this journey. This is your chance to learn how your tax dollars are allocated, understand the value they bring to our community, and most importantly, share your insights and ideas. These contributions will play a critical role in shaping the discussions and decisions that City Council will undertake during budget deliberations on December 9th and 10th. So we've made it easy for people to get involved, multiple ways to share feedback. They could take our online survey at saultestemarie.ca/budget 2025, or we have paper copies that are available at various city facilities, including the Bay Street Active Living Center, the Northern Community Center, the Accessibility Office at the John Rhodes, and the North Branch and James L. McIntyre Centennial Library. Join us this Wednesday for an open house on the budget. It will be held at the Civic Center lobby between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. And it's a casual come and go opportunity to discuss your priorities and learn more. You can engage with us on social media by using hashtag SiouxBudget and tagging at CitySSM. Or you can explore property taxes at the Property Tax Calculator, which is located on the city's website, and see how the funds are distributed across the vital services. And lastly, share your thoughts with us via email or phone. We are always happy to hear from our residents. We encourage everyone to participate to make the 2025 budget a true reflection of our shared vision for Sault Ste. Marie. Again, visit saultestemarie.ca/budget 2025 for more information.
Thank you, Ms. Vecchio.
Under agenda item 6 is levy boards. So we have descriptions for the 3 levy boards: Algoma Public Health, the Conservation Authority, and the Sault Ste. Marie District Social Services Administration Board. Agenda item 7 is local boards. So the Police Service Board, the Police Chief and Chair and Manager of Finance made a presentation at the last council meeting. And agenda item 7.2 is the Public Library Board, and Matthew McDonald, CEO, and Katrin Altonen, Business Administrator, are in attendance.
Welcome to council. I see members of the library board here in attendance as well. Welcome to you as well. Floor is yours, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker and Council. We're here to present the Sault Ste. Marie Public Library's 2025 operational budget. The library is more than just a place for books. Over a century, it has been a cornerstone of our community. We provide a space that fosters learning, creativity, and connection for residents of all ages. Each year, we see thousands of visitors circulate an average of one item every 3 minutes and offer programs that outnumber the days in the year. And we are proud to serve as a welcoming community hub in the downtown of Sault Ste. Marie. We understand the importance of fiscal responsibility to both taxpayers and council, and that's why we've limited our operational requests to the inflationary rate of 2% over 2024. When combined with our supplemental security request, the total increase amounts to just 2.3% over last year's total grant. This modest increase comes despite several significant cost pressures, including a 3.1% contracted wage increase, necessary facility repairs to the James L. McIntyre Library, which is aging, and a pay equity compliance assessment. We have worked hard to offset rising expenses through an increase in donations and self-generated revenue. This year has been full of growth and success for the library. In 2024, we launched our new five-year strategic plan, and I'm pleased to report that 39% of the action items have already been started and are underway. Many of the library's strategic action items involve addressing the needs of the East and West Ends, identified as book deserts with the occasional oasis of a free little library in a 2022 study done by the Innovation Center. But before we can expand our services, we must ensure the sustainability and safety of our current operations. As you're aware, the safety of our staff and patrons has been an ongoing concern. This summer, I personally experienced just how critical our need for security is. In one incident in July, 1 centimeter was the space in which I personally avoid being struck in the face. The person who swung on me was someone previously banned and trespassed for attacking another employee the year previous. And while I and other managers are willing to step in when necessary, it is neither reasonable nor safe to expect that library staff whose expertise lies in early literacy, research assistance, and community programming to assume these security enforcement roles. Last year, City Council approved security funding for evenings and weekends for 1 year. The results are clear. The 1 year over year increase in incidents has paused, and both the number of police calls and violent incidents have fallen compared to last year. Security has made a tangible difference. Both staff and public feel much safer being in our downtown location over the previous year. While I and my staff would benefit greatly for full-time security at the James L. McIntyre Centennial Library, we recognize budget constraints and are limiting our request of funding security just during the evenings and weekends as in this previous year. Those times are when management's not present. I would also like to request that council make this an ongoing commitment, enabling us to focus on planning for the library's future rather than repeatedly revisiting safety concerns. The City of Sault Ste. Marie is committed to having a vibrant downtown. It should not be forgotten that the library is an essential part of the city's vision for a vibrant downtown, serving as a gathering space for the entire community. A safe library means a safer downtown, which is a goal that we all share. Thank you. We're open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I've got Councillor Hollingsworth with questions.
Thank you, through Mayor, to Mr. McDonald and his team. Every year I find that your presentation gets much better, so thank you. It's really well done. And thank you for what you do for the community as well. My question, you talked about raise and donations, I think you mentioned. Can you just elaborate on basically how are you doing some fundraising? How's your grants doing? I believe you had some major successes this year. And if you can just elaborate on that, because I know your team's been working so hard to bring money into your libraries.
Yes, we've been very fortunate. We do have some donations through a foundation. We also encourage a lot of legacy giving, and it's unfortunate when people pass in our community, but the library has been an important part of their lives. And quite often when somebody does pass, they'll say that in lieu of flowers, give to the library. And then there's lots of active members in the community who feel that the library services are really important and that they want to contribute financially to us. We also do some self-generating revenues through renting out meeting spaces and doing some signature programming. We just recently had a very successful event at the North Branch, a book tasting event, which was ticketed. So we have various ways that we try and generate revenue through donations and through self-generating mechanisms.
Okay. It could be my eyes, but would you have a roughly an idea of how much you raised in your grants and donations?
Yeah, Caitlin's going to give me that number. 45,000.
45,000. And can you just quickly tell me how much of an increase from 2023 for the previous year?
It's an increase of 20,000.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Last question. You mentioned about you're working on your strategy right now. Is that right?
We're working on the strategic plan. Yes.
Okay. And when do you hope to have that completed?
Well, it's a 5-year plan. We were here earlier in the year and we
Right.
presented the plan. So we're going to give it another 4 years, but we've made some really great progress so far. And there's a lot of great items on there. We do hope to expand services in the community, maybe with book lockers or some sort of pop-up library service. But before we're able to do something like that, we want to make sure that the downtown services are secured and safe.
Okay. So hopefully in maybe 2 years, you can come back and give us an update because I know the community would be very curious to know where you stand with regards to your 5-year plan.
We'd love to visit you again and with good news.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for coming. And we have discussed several times incidents with social disruption at the library. And I'm very sorry that you and your staff are enduring this. Just a couple of questions. In terms of the security officer, you say in your slide that with the security officer in place that the number of police calls have dropped to 21% compared to last year. So can you just sort of describe, is the security officer able to mitigate the situation? Is it not as acute, so police don't need to be called? If you could give us a little bit of a broader picture of that.
Yeah, I think the security has de-escalated a number of situations that could have become more severe and we would have to have police response. They're only there during the evenings and weekends currently. So there are a number of those calls that do occur outside of the security hours. And there have been a few calls during security hours as well, but not with the same frequency as we used to have.
Okay. Do the downtown ambassadors in their route, do they attend to the library on evenings and weekends as well?
I'm not sure about evenings and weekends, but we definitely see them coming through the library during their hours.
Okay. Okay. And my other question is, I think just in terms of not just the cost of the security person, but just the cost of damage. So you estimate almost $13,000 just this year in repairs. So in terms of that, where is that getting reflected in your budget? Is it just going under operations, and where are you covering that extra cost?
Yeah, it just comes out of our operational funds. It comes from maintenance and alterations. That budget line. We had a particularly bad incident back in June in which there was about $8,000 worth of damage just from that one incident. And if you recall on Sioux today, you would have seen a picture of the fire department, police, and the EMS lining East Street because of that incident.
Yeah. And something that's unrelated, but do your staff receive training in harm reduction and mental health first aid?
Yes, we just actually had a staff development today, but we try to do de-escalation training, and we're trying to improve processes like debriefing after incidents. There's certainly a lot more that we could be doing, but we are making do with the resources that we have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome. Thank you. Just a couple of questions that I have. One, I will keep in mind that very, very soon, I recognize the benefit that security has had on the downtown location. I recognize very soon we will have a new police division opening in the downtown core. So I hope to see that trend continue, and I hope to see a greater presence down there to help mitigate any future incidents that may occur there. However, I do see the value as shown here and continuing that security presence until that downtown police presence can actually get established in the near future. A couple of things I wanted to touch on from the presentation. Thank you. The first, I believe it's slide 3, I think. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Slide 5 in your presentation, library operations, and you talk about your full-time employees and volunteer staff.
Yes.
By my calculation, you have 54 full-time staff and 65 volunteers. You have 120% of your staffing in volunteers.
Yes. A lot of that is actually through the Friends of the Library Bookstore. They generate approximately, what is it, $30,000 a year just in revenue, and then the amount of value that we get in terms of them sorting through the books and the books adding to our collection, probably about a value of another $40,000 non-monetary as well.
Right, and I just want to highlight how absolutely incredible that is. I don't think there's another agency anywhere that I've ever seen that has a ratio like that, 120% volunteer versus against your employees. That's pretty amazing what you've been able to accomplish there as a team.
We're very fortunate.
Yeah, it's providing an amazing service to our community. The other thing that jumped out at me was slide 4, I believe it is, when we're talking about budget allocations, and it's in small print at the bottom of the slide. 46% of the facility assets of the downtown location have a remaining service life of 5 years or less. Can you tell me about that, please?
Yeah, so like the other city assets, we have a city asset management plan for the James L. McIntyre Centennial Library, and that's where those numbers come from. We have been investing in the building over the last 10, 15 years. Recently, I think in 2020, we replaced some of the HVAC equipment. This summer, we did some asbestos remediation, and if you go over there right now, you can see construction where they're replacing the metal cladding of the building. But there is life expectancy coming up and past due for some items in the building, and so we do have to keep that in mind when we're planning for facilities that some things are going to fail. I mean, the building is over 50 years old. It's getting closer to 54, 55 years. And not everything has been renewed in the building so far. We hope to, in the next year or two, replace the pneumatic systems with digital controls and replace, like they're pushing air through the building. Like there's a lot of mechanical equipment that needs to be replaced, and it's a bit of an endeavor. We do hope to take advantage of NOFHC funding for something like that, and then rely on our capital reserve fund to do some of these projects so that the burden isn't falling on our operations so much.
Right. So that was my next question, is I don't see an ask in your operational budget here or in your budget request for any capital expenses on the building. Is that by design, or are you just leaving it out to try and keep a modest increase?
Well, the city is very generous. They give us $80,000 a year to our expansion reserve fund. And we build up that fund to spend on large capital projects. So the exterior cladding and the asbestos remediation, the money came from that fund in order to pay for those expenses. And then we also can sometimes access the city's capital asset fund as well. And some, I believe there is a request in the current budget for a study to replace the pneumatics in the building. It's about $5,000. It's a small ask.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe probably to Mr. Ver, this building's a city asset, correct?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that's correct.
So if something were to fail, would it be our responsibility to fix that? And when I say something fails, something were to fail that would restrict access to the building that, citizens wouldn't be able to access it. Would it be our responsibility to fix it at that point in time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. That's why we're not seeing it in the ask necessarily. Okay, thank you. That's all. Good work, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and welcome to Matthew and all of the folks from the library here. Matthew, I just had a quick question from your operational budget overview slide. A lot of great information there. The percent total change column, I did some quick math. I don't know if you guys have the numbers, but it looks like you guys are coming to us with just a 1% increase on both operating and expenses.
The 0.84%.
Yeah,
Right.
it's less than.
It is,
Well, when you total everything, so you got your municipal grants is 0.84, but as you total all the revenue or total all the expenses, it looks like both have only grown by 1%.
the difference is the security funding, which is in the 2024 operation funds, and not being in the 2025 ask because it is a supplementary request. So when we add the supplementary request, it's actually a 2.3% increase. Is that correct, Kadrian?
Okay, I just want to make that point clear though, because the supplementary request is not in our preliminary budget. It would have to be added in by councillors. And so I just want all the rest of councillors in the community to realize that the part of the budget that is in our preliminary budget that will go through if nothing changes is only it looks to me like actually like a 1%-ish increase, because you guys have actually come with a budget that shows almost a $45,000 decrease in operating expenses. And so I was just wondering where that came from.
Right. We're fortunate if you see there's increases in the donations, and I believe,
Self-generated is up by about that same amount.
So we have some savings there. We're trying to make it as agreeable as possible to council because we really feel that we need the security again this year. So we've tried to make as much room as we can in the budget. With a less than 1% increase for the other operations, we're hoping that you'd be willing to provide the additional funds that are required for security. And it's just a 0.3% above the 2% increase for inflationary.
So would it be accurate, Matthew, to say that you guys have self-generated more revenue than normal through donations?
That's correct.
You're using some of that self-generated revenue to decrease your operating expenses that you're putting on the levy?
Yes.
And in exchange, you're asking City Council to add in the part-time security request for $46,000.
That's correct.
Which would still bring you below a 2% increase.
Would bring us to a 2.24% increase.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate how concise all of your information is coming to us, and it's very obvious that you guys have worked really hard. I don't think anyone else is bringing us an operating expense budget that's increasing by 15%. So, and for my part, seeing that the actual police calls have gone down since the security funding has come in, I think that's like pretty solid evidence that that investment was worthwhile and that there's a strong argument it should continue, because we know that we're paying far more for those police calls than we are for the part-time security. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. And I just want to give some credit to our business administrator, Katrin. She's our numbers person, so she's the one who helped us get the budget to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Caputo.
My question is also around security, but I'm wondering if I could direct to Mr. Ver. We are looking also at bringing back $200,000 for the downtown security pilot project. I wondered if there is an opportunity on budget night for your team, someone, to look into if any of that could be allocated to the library, or if we can expand the project to specifically include the library, rather than maybe expanding the ask. I also wonder, and I'll pose this question to you, Mr. McDonald, do you think there would be any interest or any increase in safety if a swipe system were to be put on your door for, like, you must have a library card in order to enter, like a tap, kind of like what we have here at the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think security would be increased, but at quite a cost socially. The library is supposed to be open and available to anybody, and to restrict access to that point is not something that I think our board or management team would be comfortable with.
But a library card is free, right?
Library card is free.
Okay.
I get your point.
Councillor Caputo, with respect to the question you asked Mr. Ver, it's really a procedural question. If you wanted to back the library security out of the request for the downtown security, you're open to doing that by motion. But I don't think the downtown security cost, perhaps Mr. Ver could advise, is built into the preliminary budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, that's correct. Right now, it's a supplemental ask.
Okay, I just wonder, given that the new police station will be downtown, if we'll require that full 200,000 for the downtown. So anyway, it was just a thought that perhaps we could do all that. But great presentation, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McDonald, for your presentation. I was looking at your provincial grants on page 3. It's down approximately 27,000. How can you project that? There's no other grant money coming in?
So most of the grant money we get from the province is our public library operating grant. And that's been steady since the 90s and hasn't really increased since the 90s. So that's overdue for an increase. I believe, and Caitlin can let me know if I'm mistaken, it's related to a grant for one of our staff members. So it's an NOHFC grant, which is going through most of this year and will be ending next year. And we'll have an opportunity to apply for future provincial grants for salaries, but we're not projected to have one next year.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, Mr. McDonald, is regarding your security. With the new substation for police services on Brock Street, do you think this would reduce any criminal activity for the library? Will there be more patrolling? Have you spoken to the chief regarding this?
I haven't spoken to the chief recently. It's been a couple of years since we first brought this issue to his attention. If the police are making patrols in the library, I think that might help. If they're actually coming in when there's non-incidents occurring, to make people aware that there is a presence in the downtown and in the downtown library. I think that would be very beneficial. Would it eliminate it? I would say definitely not. Even when we have security on site, there's incidents are still going to occur. It's just the frequency of it and the severity may change.
Okay, maybe it's a conversation you can have with the chief, and I highly recommend you to contact him and speak to him.
Yes, I could reach back out. Last time we did an environmental design audit of the building with the police services. I can certainly reach out again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Other councillors? I just had a question probably of our staff on the building. We've had a number of asset management reports of late on council agenda that shows, at some point when a building reaches a certain age, it requires, either a new build or a redevelopment. This is one of the more architecturally beautiful buildings in the Sioux. So I would not expect a new build, but is there a plan at some point? I don't know if anyone knows this off the top of their head, to do kind of a full scale upgrade of that building so that the capital costs come down in the future? We know. It's Hamilton Beach? I see they've turned your mic on, so you must know the answer.
Must know the answer. To you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have discussed that several buildings would require condition assessments in order to get a full picture as to what remaining life and or what upgrades are required. So I know Mr. McDonald is on our team, certainly from the asset management sub-team, and we can work closely with him.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Mr. McDonald, thanks for the presentation. Abundantly clear what the request is and why the need's there. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to outside agency grants and agenda item 8.1, the Art Gallery of Algoma. Mark Lepore, board president, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Mr. Lepore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I also have with me Yasmina Jovanovic. I'm sure you both recognize us as we've been here for the past several years, and we thank you for your time this evening. Our presentation really focuses on one particular aspect this year, and that is staffing costs. Not necessarily costs currently, but costs moving forward. So the Art Gallery of Algoma is asking for a $46,450 increase, really to fund another staff position. Presently, we have about 3 full-time staff with some casual and part-time. The costs of staffing, along with utilities, other maintenance costs, our aging building, inflationary pressures have really caused a situation where we have significant demands on the art gallery, which we're perfectly happy to fulfill. To our community, for example, I think we had about 11 exhibitions last year. Exhibitions alone. When we look at the rest of the art gallery's programming, having 3 people trying to manage that is really difficult. We were at council several months ago regarding our feasibility study. The new building project is an exciting time and something that we will be back to council for in the near future. But at this point, we're trying to maintain the status quo. Even at our current staffing levels of our art gallery are particularly low compared to others of comparable size. Programming needs have evolved over the last 50 years. I'm proud to say that we will be celebrating our 50th birthday next year, and we'd like to be around for the next 50 years. But over the last half a century, programming needs and the demands upon the gallery have changed significantly. And what we're looking for is a full-time staff position to assist with a variety of aspects such as marketing, Indigenous programming, fundraising, and online content. And what we're hoping to do is use that full-time staff position to deal with a few of these different areas. Existing positions are already combining a minimum of 2 areas. However, it's becoming increasingly difficult to balance that with the costs of our aging building. Despite challenges, it was actually 14 exhibitions that we presented last year. We're planning on 11 next year. We have 2 gallery spaces that are available. One is open storage, so to speak. We have tried to use gallery number 3 in a creative fashion in order to not only serve as some overload space, but also use that space to rotate the art that's stored in that room. But really, that's not an acceptable way of dealing with that space. It's just the best we can do now with the physical limitations of our building. In addition to our exhibitions, we presented guided tours, hands-on activities for over 2,000 students with both of our local school boards, being the Algoma District and the Huron-Superior Catholic District School Board. We've offered summer programming as we have in the last several years. We partner with events like Rotary Fest, Fringe North, Ontario Culture Days, and the Algoma Fall Festival, to name a few. Our collection database is now nearly fully digitized. I invite council to check out our website. You can now search our collections database. Most of our collection is now digitized. There's over 4,000 pieces that have been cataloged. There's a few left. We're able to do that with the staff that we have. And with the gracious support of some of our other government partners, provincial funding, we have been able to fund some of those positions over the last little while. But that database is probably offered in both official languages and is searchable on our website. Our membership records total over 450. Those aren't individuals. Those are 450 memberships. Given our family memberships, we likely have members individually that exceed 600 or 700. And of course, one of our focuses of sort of bolstering our staff is for capacity building in terms of what we're going to do in the event we are successful in getting a new building.
There's water available if you need it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seem a little bit dry. To conclude, Mr. Mayor, I've included the last slide, which shows sort of a collage of pictures over the last year. We see up at the top left corner our members exhibition, which usually takes place in the winter. It's an opportunity for members of the art gallery to attend, not only attend, but actually to present their art. Moving over, we had a recent event, Confluence. It was very well attended. It was a collaboration of a few artists and storytellers along with our Indigenous community. We were very proud to be able to be part of that event. I know some of council was able to attend. We move on to noticing that some of our workshops have been sold out. Many of them do over the summer. Given our space and staff limitations, we're not able to offer more at the current time. To the top right, September 30th, we were able to present Janice Toulouse's exhibition in our second gallery. You can tell that the space, well, you might be able to tell in that photograph, but the space was overflowing and there were people in our main and foyers trying to get in to see that exhibition. And of course, we see Mr. Bonsu in the bottom right-hand corner, all the way to some of our other children, our workshops, and the like. To conclude, art isn't a luxury, Mr. Mayor. It's a part of our culture. And we're not an exclusive members-only gallery. We are a public gallery. We're open to the public, and we want to be able to serve the community. Our increase request is quite modest. We haven't received one in a couple of years, and but we are gracious and grateful for all of council's support. We're happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you. And it's nice to see you, Yasmina and Mark, again. Always appreciate it. My children definitely benefited greatly from the art gallery. I, however, do not have any visual art talent, so I will be thankful that they did. Question probably more for either one of you to answer. Of your 3 FTEs, so obviously one is Yasmina as director and curator. The other 2 FTEs, what are their positions, and just a brief summary about what their tasks are?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Councillor Vezo-Allen, through you, Mr. Mayor. My position includes many tasks, so I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah.
But the other position is manager of curatorial and visitor services. So that is already a weird combination, but we needed someone that could oversee that casual staff that covers the front and covers the shop. And also this is the person that works closely with me on installations of exhibitions, on the database. So it is an interesting combination.
Mhm.
It's not necessarily, there isn't a position like that anywhere in the country. So it is just that we are fortunate that we have someone that has skill set that can cover both and is very dedicated to her job. So the third position is public programming and education coordinator, which was an internship that ended in September of this year. And we are keeping this position because it is essential for us to have that. So again, we were very fortunate to have a candidate that was able to start last September, jump in and serve these over 2,000 students alone, never mind all the other events, public programs that we had. So those are, in a nutshell, the areas that are covered by these positions.
And then probably this question's more for you, Mark. In terms of some of your needs, such as marketing and fundraising, have you considered as a board tasking committee work with like having a development committee or a fundraising committee to do some of that work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoal, and we do have a fundraising committee, and the work that it does is good work.
Great.
But what we're finding is it's difficult without a full-time position to be able to deal with the day-to-day, especially when we get to marketing. Like it's fine, and the board's willing and has been able to, deal with events and fundraising on sort of one-off basis. But when we're talking about the work that a marketing position would do and being able to help generate also our self-generated revenue, it's really difficult to task a board committee to do that.
Okay.
We're on board with that, and we're absolutely there. It's just that it all ties into having a staff person to be able to deal with some of the groundwork, so to speak. And that's what we're finding difficulty with staff.
Okay.
All three of us are currently doing some marketing tasks, such as developing posters that you may see, doing social media posts. Depending on what it is, all three of us keep doing that as much as we can, sending emails to members, like all of that is done by all of us.
I certainly understand. And just one final question. In terms of your hours, and I know you are a public gallery, have you considered having, a couple of Fridays a month where you're open late? Like, what are your current hours right now?
The hours are 9 to 5, and these are our Tuesday through Saturday. These are our winter hours. In the summer months, we are open 9 to 5, Monday through Saturday. So Sunday is the only day when we are closed in the summer months. And the summer season starts at the end of May and ends with Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for, folks and families that have 9 to 5 commitments. I recommended this last year too, is that if you even did, is it the first Friday or the second Friday where you're open till 7 or 8 o'clock, and then you can have more engagement with the community and having better access to the gallery. I think that would, really, I think go a long ways, especially in terms of, getting that stewardship and in terms of like your donors and your public to the gallery. But I'll leave it at that, and I appreciate you coming here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vezoal. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Lepore. Both of you, welcome again. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think a few years ago, you did have a staff member. She was amazing. I think she moved out west. That was focused on marketing and fundraising. And I can't remember.
No.
It's a marketing person.
It was exactly the position we have now with education public program.
Okay. So you never had a person that was
No.
totally focused on marketing
No.
and or fundraising?
We did 2014, 15, but it was also on a temporary basis.
Okay.
Never really something that kind of continued to live.
Okay, okay. So that brings me to my other question. In the past, did you not entertain the idea of outsourcing a space for a little cafe, or did you not try some other creative ideas to generate revenue in the past?
Considered it. Of course, the space that we have makes it difficult given our environmental constraints and the way that the space is configured to outsource, let's say, the cafe. So we would need to find a vendor, somebody that would lease it probably at a pretty nominal rate given the size of the place. But we also have security issues and environmental issues, and it just doesn't seem to be feasible with the space that we have. There is a cafe at the art gallery. It's quite small, but it's there, and it is a service that we provide. But outsourcing it, we briefly considered it a few years ago, but like I said, the physical constraints are such that it makes it difficult to be able to do that in a reasonable way.
Okay.
Sometimes we store crates there.
Sorry? Okay.
Store empty crates there because there is no space to put the empty crates, like crates that the exhibition arrives in.
Yeah.
So we don't have adequate space for anything.
Okay.
Don't have space for storage. So everything has to be flexible all the time. And everybody has to be creative how it's used.
Okay, that's fair. Do you currently have a relationship with the Rhodes Scholars?
Not really. Not an ongoing relationship. It's only when they randomly show up.
Okay. Because I was under the impression one particular year they were continuously coming because you had a relationship or partnership with
Yes.
the Old Stonehouse. Okay.
We did, yes.
Okay. Okay. I guess my point I'm trying to make is that I know that you have tried many different revenue techniques in the past, and I hear and understand that you are tight for space. But I also know from different constituents that believe in the art gallery, they have reached out to me with these other suggestions, especially in the summertime, to offer an outdoor cafe as a way for you to generate more money. Fundraising, grant writing is so important. We've talked about that many, many times. And so it sounds like you're convinced if you did receive this money, you would have someone dedicated to focus on fundraising. Is that correct?
Is correct. The grants are written all by me.
Okay.
And in the last fiscal year, we had close about 140,000 in grants outside of the city. They're project grants, which means that they generate more work. And we will have again this year, probably similar number, but that number includes projects that the money is received.
Okay. And one final question. So if you are successful in receiving this money, it would hire the full-time person for 1 year, or are you hoping obviously to have this continuously?
Hoping to have it continuously.
Okay. And
Especially if you're going into the new building project, there is no way that you can do it with the current situation successfully.
and you're confident this salary would attract the qualified person? Hard to say.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we're not expecting that will be the salary. We know that some of our other budget's going to have to cover it, and we're going to have to do some modification to how our staffing profile looks. But I mean, certainly, we cannot offer, let's say, what perhaps the private sector may offer for a full-time position, but I think we try to be as competitive as we can in space.
Okay. And last point, I know you're going after, or you have gone after corporations, local companies that have been very helpful. So I encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
The councillors? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation.
Under agenda item 8.2, the Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Centre, Jamie Hilsinger, Executive Director, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. Hilsinger. And many of the Bush Plain Heritage Center board members.
Yes, I would just like to take a moment to recognize our supporters here tonight. And thank you, Council, for listening to our presentation. I am Jamie Hilsinger. I'm the Executive Director of the Bush Plain. I also oversee the management agreement that we have with Atomica. The Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Center meets 2 focus areas and at least 6 of the city's strategic plan strategies. We contribute to the Sioux's quality of life. With 2 organizations in 1 building, we are a cultural, educational, accessible, and welcoming space. Annual events such as Bush Plain Days and our support for Bon Sioux, as well as the Algoma Festival Choir, for example, give community members opportunities to experience culture in Sault Ste. Marie. We foster collaboration and inclusion with a variety of programs and initiatives. An example is our White Pines Field School, where teens with learning challenges gain real life skills. For example, they serve food and beverage to our seniors' free walking program every week. We have 3 or more weekly seniors programs, as well as children's programs every week. We try to give access to as many people as possible with as few barriers as possible. An example of that is we do have a free pass available at the library for people in the community to check out and still be able to attend us. We do a similar program with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Our volunteer base is growing, and we offer opportunities for students, for seniors, for newcomers to get involved in their community and build quality skill building activities, and also to build social well-being. Many of the newcomers get their first Canadian experience at the Bush Plain, and it's an opportunity for them to then go on and become involved in the workforce. Finally, we're a meeting place for many organizations. Most notably, the Alzheimer's Society has their weekly walk at our facility. We are the Sioux's #1 attraction. We're that in the size of our facility. We're huge in space. Our visitor rating, we're #1 on TripAdvisor, and we've held that position for many years. We also are #1 in paid visitors. We see over 30,000 paid visitors annually, which puts us on par, if not surpassing, the Agua Canyon tour train. And while we're growing, we're creating quality jobs in Sault Ste. Marie. We now employ 20 staff regularly, and we have temporary students in the summer months. A great example of our contribution to the economic environment in Sault Ste. Marie is our annual gift and holiday craft show, the largest in Northern Ontario. It attracts 6,000 visitors, over 180 vendors over 2 weekends, and we estimate it generates about $250,000 in economic activity for small businesses. We're reaching out to other tourism partners to develop tourism products, an example of which is the pilot project we did with the Agua Canyon Tour Train this year. Working with our community partners and school boards, we are delivering large-scale experiential education events to 1,000 students annually, as well as class tours that are curriculum-based to another 1,400 students. Atomica itself connects with another 1,000+ students, generally in schools, but some in our facility. These programs bring learning alive. They complement what teachers are teaching in the classroom, and they also inspire kids to consider what career paths they could take. We know Sault Ste. Marie is home to the highest opioid-related death rate in Ontario. The programs, the access to heritage and to education that both the CBHC and Atomica offer give us an opportunity to hopefully reach some of those kids before they get embroiled in a bad situation. We're just a small part of the prevention package. So we're not asking for the city to run our facility, and we're certainly not asking that the city's well-earned funds be the majority of our income. What we're asking for is a contribution to support our efforts that meet the city's strategic objectives of community development and quality of life. Tourism Sault Ste. Marie considers us a tourism anchor, and we want to stay strong so that we continue to contribute to our neck of the woods, to the organizations and businesses in our area. The $65,000 increase that we are requesting, actually 60,000, is to support two organizations, both Entomica and the CBHC, and it's providing base funding that helps overcome hurdles of daily nonprofit organization. What we are requesting for two organizations is actually less than what is supplied to many others in Sault Ste. Marie. The city's contribution has a huge impact on sustainability, but forms a relatively small part of the overall annual budget. In fact, the CBHC only receives about 30% of its annual income from government sources, of which the city's portion is part of. Most of our revenue and our ability to deliver programs in Sault Ste. Marie actually comes from our own earned revenues. It's from growing our client rentals and client events. It's from being out there and putting on fundraising events for community. It's about dedicating staff to writing grants, to seeking, putting out applications to private foundations. It's about engaging with our business community for sponsorship for many of our events and education initiatives. So we're not going to stop, but we do request your kind of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elsinger. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to Ms. Jamie Hilsinger. Thank you for the opportunity to come down to the Bush Plain a few weeks ago. Walking through the museum itself, the Bush Plain Museum, and seeing Entomica makes it more real. So thank you again for that invite. That was interesting. You said about the Agua Canyon tour train. You're saying that the number of passengers they received and the number of people that visit your Bush Plain Museum. That was an interesting stat. Can you just mention and elaborate on the tour train pilot project? I think you were mentioning that.
Yeah, so a number of years ago, I was graciously invited to a focus group that looked at developing a business plan for the tour train. And I distinctly remember, it stuck in my memory, a word cloud of all the positive comments that were online about the tour train and all the negative. And unfortunately, the negative was a bit larger. Most common comments were boring and too many trees. So, that inspired a thought of, could we collaborate with the tour train and help drive more passenger occupancy during the month, August, when they are not usually as busy, while engaging the passengers and developing a product that can also support Entomica and the Bush Plain. So we worked with the Agua Canyon tour train and piloted 2 days. This year, we saw 36 passengers. Overall, the feedback on the programming that they received and their experience was very strong. 100% would recommend to a friend. And by far, my favorite comment was, around 3 p.m., I walked through all the other cars. Our car was the only one not sleeping.
So, well done. I don't know what to say that. The pilot project, again, that just shows another good example how creative you are and your team, and engaging many partners of the community. So well done. So what is your vision for the center in the next 5 years? Just briefly, what's your vision?
Yeah, so we are currently writing our next 5-year strategic plan. The current one we're in goes into 2025. That being said, report card, we're about 90% through the actions in that plan. One of our pillars that we've been kind of working towards is this concept of a world-class museum. There's some debate about what that means, but in my head, it means that we are a destination driver, that there are people who are going to visit Sault Ste. Marie for the Bush Plain, and there are definitely the people who are in Sault Ste. Marie are going to make sure that they go to the Bush Plain. So they're adding on nights in Sault Ste. Marie to come to the Bush Plain. We also want to make sure that we're delivering to the community. So that means we have already done a concept design for a renovation of our children's center. And we are in the process of fundraising for that to be able to do that renovation. It means constantly updating our exhibits and what we offer. I also want to see us as a community hub. When people think, what do I do on a Thursday night? They should be looking at the Bush Plane Museum as an option. And there should be things for families, for seniors, for adults, young professionals. There should always be opportunities, a mix of things that are paid and end up fundraising for us, but also I want to be able to offer some more low cost or free options so that we can engage everyone.
Very good. And just an example, you did the Jane Goodall piece, and I believe that was an excellent turnout. Can you comment on your relationship right now with Science North?
Yeah, so we are continuing to build that relationship and actually looking at some opportunities for events in 2025. You know, we have to partner with many organizations, and I think there is a lot of opportunity in sharing resources in different ways. So we are continually looking at that. What's interesting about Science North is their Sault Ste. Marie office, you know, has some different challenges than their head office would, right? Like they're just smaller. So we can kind of balance that out for them in terms of being able to have a space or maybe having a few more people, resources, that kind of thing.
Okay. And so does Science North give you some grant money right now?
No, Science North does not give us grant money.
Okay. And just briefly, can you comment on how your fundraising year has gone so far?
Yeah, so to date, I was just looking at the September financials as an example. We have received almost as much government funding in 2024 as we did in 2023. Probably by the end of the year, it'll equalize. Our government funding only makes up about 30% of our overall budget, which is the complete inverse of most museums. If you look at a report from the Canadian Museums Association in 2016, it's usually 60% government funding, 40% earned income.
Okay. And individual donations, how are your individual donations coming?
Well, thank you to the craft shows and also switching Bush Plane Days to a donation model. They are up for individual donations. It still tends to be a challenge to get those types of donations. We certainly pursue private foundations, and we know there's still opportunity for growth in terms of getting connected with legacy options and so on.
Okay. And two last questions. Atomica is now a charitable status, is that right?
Yes.
So they continue to now receive donations. Okay. Mayor, one more last question through you, Mayor, to I think Ms. Shell. This year in 2024, did we give additional funds to Atomica?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, I'm going to have to go off of my memory, but it seems to me it's been a couple years since we've given anything to Atomica. Perhaps Travis or Mr. Vare might have a better idea on when the last time we did.
Sorry, I forget who actually asked the first question, so I'll just say it openly. We have actually through Tourism Sault Ste. Marie as of last year. I mean, it wasn't the city, but I think quite regularly year over year, we have been supporting the Atomica through various means, not necessarily directly through an annual contribution.
Okay, thank you. In closing, again, thank you for your presentation, and I'm very happy that you're in a partnership with Atomica. Thank you.
Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you, Jamie. I guess in terms of, now that they brought up Atomica, why are you doing a joint ask? And if you could kindly describe your management agreement. I know you're in the same physical space, but just kind of let us know why you're going in as an ask from yourself, and hi, John, and what that management agreement entails.
Well, I mean, who doesn't like a 2-for-1 deal? Anyway.
I love a 2-for-1 deal, yeah.
So when Atomica first came into our space, basically in 2020, at the time, the CBHC wasn't in any space to be able to give them funds or anything like that. So it was simply an agreement for space. There was no revenue generating opportunities for Atomica. Over time, we have been able to, through a variety of agreements and collaboration, we've been able to work on generating some more opportunities for them to make some funds through admissions, a little bit through memberships, through joint efforts in education, birthdays, things like that. So this year, in an effort to help move Atomica to sustainability, we established a management agreement whereby the Bush Plane is helping oversee the operation, essentially acting as a consultant to help move Atomica to a sustainable business model. We also, in conjunction with that, we've now been able to work on those revenue sharing opportunities. So Atomica is able to generate about $80,000 through operations that occur within our building. We see them as a valued player in this community and also as a valued player to our actual building. So they do have an impact on our visitation, whether in that overall value aspect or also in driving some of the visitors to us. So we do feel there is a definite value in having Atomica around. The ask that we have in our overall ask is about $40,000 to support essentially base funding for one person. That's not an entire salary, but it's essentially one person a year, which gives just a bit of breathing room so that they know they've got the human resources to be able to go out and do the other things they have to do to get to that sustainable business model.
Okay, great. And in terms of that sustainability, you've said that your government revenues encompass 30% of your annual budget. The $175,000 that the city has committed prior, what is that within that 30%? Is it 10%? Is it 15%? Like, what is our percentage?
Yeah, great question. So it makes it about 12% of our overall budget. So it is an important part, but not a massive part of the overall revenues and income model that we have. It costs about $300,000 a year just to keep our building going. That's heat, that's hydro. It's also municipal taxes. We do pay municipal taxes, and we're the only organization to do so, to my knowledge. So that funding really helps us cover those base costs so that we can continue to work on the programming and the other opportunities that we offer within Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay. And you're speaking about having more free access to the facility for organizations. So if you could just highlight of those organizations that you have listed that have used it, what do you give as a in-kind, free access to the facility?
So the Alzheimer's Society, we don't charge them anything. It's just it's a great opportunity to have new people come to our building and also to give back. We do have a number of organizations, the Sioux Modeler Train Club and the Sioux Modeler Plane Club, as well as the Air Cadets, which is a great program that use our facility for meeting space, and we do so at free of charge.
And in terms of your partnership with the White Pines program, could you just highlight that? And do you receive some funding from ADSP for that program?
No, we don't receive any funding. What we do get is some wonderful students who really help us with a variety of tasks. But no, it's kind of a joint program. They scratch our back. They help us with setting up events sometimes. They do some cleaning within the facility, not a ton, but some. And in turn, we try to help them develop new skills. They've been really instrumental in providing a social hour for our seniors, which is probably one of the more niftier things that we've been able to do together.
Okay. Have you hired any students outside of the White Pines program into the Bush Plane?
I haven't since I've been there. I can't say that others have not been hired.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Hilsinger, for providing this presentation, and thank you for the tour that you provided me. Maybe you can expand a little bit more with Atomica regarding the working relationship you have with them, with your staff, that helps?
Yeah, so one of the opportunities that has presented itself as part of our management agreement is more resource sharing. So I have staff who are now getting trained to be able to go into Atomica, not to take care of all the bugs, that is a specialized skill, but my staff can be trained to be able to interact with customers and, you know, deliver a little bit of the tour. To essentially, and don't put this the wrong way, but babysit if needed. So we can help support. A great example of that was recently Atomica went to Elliott Lake for an outreach event, and they were going to have to close to be able to facilitate that outreach event that did make them income. And I was able to schedule one of my team members to be able to work in Atomica so that they did not have to close.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hilsinger. Of the 195,000 that's being requested by CBHC, how much of that is to support the heritage building upkeep?
So the 20,000 I'm actually really requesting is to support part of the wages of a program coordinator.
So it's
And then the remainder is a combination of heritage building upkeep, taxes, and some wages.
okay. So it's $175,000 in upkeep, taxes, and wages.
Yes, that's how it gets divided out.
Okay, and of that, how much is municipal taxes?
The municipal taxes is about $80,000 a year.
And is the you said heritage building now? Is it municipally designated or on the provincial register?
Municipally.
Okay. Has CBHC ever explored any kind of municipal capital facilities grant for their property taxes?
We do receive some rebate, which could be that program. I'm not familiar with the name.
Okay, is the $80,000 then would be taxes levied just on for-profit event space?
It's levied on, so it gets passed on from the landlord for the property tax.
Okay. So the heritage building upkeep, is that kind of like your capital expense line that involves things that you as the leasee are responsible for?
Yes, so our agreement with the landlord is that we maintain and upkeep the entirety of the building that we occupy. So we do invest regularly. For example, we just put in $10,000 of new heaters.
Okay. And that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Other councillors? Ms. Hilsinger, what's the actual increase request you're requesting from last year to this year? 'Cause it's not super clear, I would say, in the presentation or in these 3 slides.
Okay. So what we're requesting is $60,000 increase.
Thank you. Yeah, 40 of which is for Atomica.
Yes.
20,000 of which is for the Bush Plane. Thank you. I think those are all the questions. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you kindly.
Agenda item 8.3, the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center. Peter Bruins, the Executive Director, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Mr. Bruins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. The Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center, as everybody's aware, last year we were given a notice where there's an intent to end our funding agreement with the city, but there was an opportunity for us to come back and propose an adjustment to that, and that's what we're here to do tonight. As you can see from the first slide, it's pretty evident this council has a whole lot of buckets to put money in. We're just one small bucket. I truly admire the complexity of your choices. Switch. Our ask is, in previous years, city has funded us $277,000 and $890. That is at risk of coming to an end with severe hardship on the organization. However, what we're proposing that we think we can live with is to reduce that in 25% increments, a 4-year period, reducing it to 0 by the end of that period. And that in order for us to handle that kind of an annual loss, that we would be focusing on building up our Acorn technology business to offset that revenue loss. We'll go to the next slide after that. Yeah. And I wanted to remind most folks don't really know what the Innovation Center does. So I put this slide in here to remind people. We do a lot of work for a lot of different agencies in the community. We operate the RAIN Group, with the Rural Agricultural Innovation Network across Northern Ontario. It handles all form of ag tech type activities, funding programs, research, and other events in the community and across Northern Ontario. We're an innovation center in the province of Ontario, linked to the other 19 innovation centers where we do business support programs. Our Acorn Technology Services Group is our only revenue generating group that operates at a potential for a surplus. And it does everything from geomatics, data analytics. We've done work for every agency in the community, and about 75% of all of its revenues are in support of agencies in Sault Ste. Marie. Examples of that are lead piping analysis for expectant mothers, the Vulnerable Persons Registry, and a whole host of other programs that we do in support with a whole lot of partners. Last year, after we had notice from council, or before we had notice from council, we took on responsibility for Harvest Algoma, reorganizing that and helping turn it into a sustainable venture. Harvest Algoma has been very busy in its first year, rescuing so far this year well over 250,000 pounds of food. We've done every breakfast counts in partnership with the city and other partners, Algoma Family Services. This year, our staff put together 10,000 meals for kids. We also have technology that we're introducing, food tracking. We also sit on a committee with every other food agency in the community in hopes of amplifying the amount of food brought into the community, brought into Harvest Algoma, then redistributed out to all the agencies. And so if you look at the bandwidth of what the Innovation Center is taking on, it's a pretty big, daunting task. And we think it's extremely valuable for the community to support it. What are the reasons for the request? Well, to lose $277,000 off of our revenue line in 1 year would require us and our Acorn team to raise rates to all of our community partners, and that rate increase would be somewhere in the area of 30 to 40% on our hourly rates, which is not tenable for most of our clients because we run very thin budgets with them. Our rates we charge locally to most of our community partners are about half of what the private sector would charge for the same work. So we're here to support the community. However, we do have a commitment to expand Acorn and its services outside of the Sault and Algoma district. And so growing that takes time, takes investment. The other aspect of our cost demands are inflation. Our staff costs have gone up. Things like insurances for cybersecurity, our technology costs have all gone up. And that's a very noticeable part of our cost structure. What are our options if we can't find a compromise? Well, I'm hoping that this discussion leads to that we don't have to consider the tougher options. But really, it's our mandate and our commitment that we are going to manage our income statement to be neutral at best or at worst, and with a slight surplus at best, because that allows us the working capital to support any problems that come up, such as anything at cost overrun at Harvest or something in one of the other programs or an opportunity in the community. As an example, at Harvest, we had $35,000 expense on our main freezer units, and that had to be capital provided by the Innovation Center. So a little bit of surplus is necessary for us to keep all of our programs stable. And I wanted to thank you very much for listening and hope that you have some questions for us.
Thank you. We've got questions from Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Bruins. Mr. Bruins, could you give me the Innovation Center's profit and loss for this year?
This year, to the mayor, to Councillor Caputo, this year to date, we're operating at a $20,000 deficit. In a normal year, we might surplus 30 to 40,000. And in a tougher year, we might operate at a loss. This year will probably be a loss of about 50 to 60,000.
And this year you got municipal funding.
Yes.
You'll be on notice for next.
Yeah.
Okay. And then as far as Harvest Algoma goes, has that been a cost or a profit for, I mean, I'm probably not a profit, but for SMEC?
Harvest is never going to be a profit generator. Harvest is designed to build up its cash inflows over time to be self-sustainable. But so far this year, we've had to put some capital into Harvest because just as you take over a building, there's all these surprise costs that were not factored in. New technology, fixing the HVAC equipment, that sort of thing. So this year, it's a bit of a subsidy, but next fiscal year, it'll run neutral. It's never an issue where we're going to try to create a surplus. Any surplus Harvest earns goes right back into reducing external funding required by any of the partners.
So you see Harvest Algoma becoming self-sufficient by next year?
Not by next year. It's going to take a few years. It's a tough road, but it's not going to go into negative. It's going to run at neutral and or surplus. And the surpluses are designed for at the end of the 3-year funding period to mitigate any funding required down the road.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Caputo, Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll take full responsibility for putting you guys in the position that you may be in coming with this next year. I maintain, as I did at budget last year, that over the course of the last 2 decades or more, that there hasn't been a lot of innovation coming out of the Innovation Center. That's my perspective on this. I was wondering, considering that, you know, part of my plan was to give you guys a year's notice to kind of plan for this in terms of revenue generation, and looking at, you know, generating more revenue. Were there any plans made over the course of the last 12 months in anticipation for this through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bruins? And then I'll ask that question and then I got another one.
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy. 12 months ago, we did hire a vice president of sales for Acorn. Significant cash investment for that. We had to invest in trade shows. And we did attend several trade shows to build up with what our board's aware of as a sales pipeline to build long-term revenue growth for Acorn. A sales cycle for a business like technology development in geomatics and data analytics outside of our region is about a 12-month sales cycle before you can expect to grow revenue. Our sales pipeline at the beginning of last year was about $800,000 in potential new sales. Sales pipeline now is about $2.7 million, some of which converts to sales within a 12-month period. Our expectation looking at our analytics is that approximately 600,000 to 700,000 incremental new sales will arrive next year. But a lot of that sales comes at a cost. We have to invest in a few more people and we have to invest in technology to convert those sales. About 30 to 40% or about 30% of incremental sales goes back to gross margin. But a lot of that in recent years has been eaten up by things like cybersecurity insurance, which has spiked in the last year. We're paying double the insurance next year as we are this past year as an example, and investments in technologies. But we do see that we can, on a paced manner, we can eliminate the city funding. And that's our commitment to do so, to spread Acorn services outside of the Soo, outside of Algoma, And my hope is to build a technology workforce in Sault Ste. Marie that gives us a hub here of talent, that gives us some scale, and hopefully can start to build a bigger cluster in the technology space here.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bear. In the lead up, like over the course of the last year, since this notice, quote unquote, was given, has there been any conversations between the city and the Innovation Center as to the impending potential renegotiation of the MOU and what that could look like? And if you had a sense of what some of their plans were or might be, or is this like all news to you currently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy, actually from my previous role as Deputy CAO Community Development Enterprise Services, I sit on the Innovation Center board. And so we haven't transitioned that role yet. So I am privy to the plans that the Innovation Center has been making to look at to diversify their revenue and with the steps they've been taking to, prepare should the city funding not continue.
Sure. Thanks. Okay, so I don't want to be overly critical. So I'm trying to be as professional as I can here, Mr. Bruins, and I appreciate the work that everybody does. But when I think, and I understand, the mandate that you guys have, but when you speak about wanting to develop a technology-based workforce here in the Soo, right, to help with Acorn, which will generate more revenue for you, I'm kind of confounded by why it's taken this long or this move at budget time last year for you, and maybe I'm misspeaking here and you can correct me, but to kind of think about the importance of building out that workforce to help you generate revenue over the last several years.
To Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Gardy, when I joined the Innovation Center approximately 6 years ago, the Acorn revenues were in the area of 1.5 million. This year, they're going to end up between 2.5 and 2.8 million. And so there has been significant growth in revenues for the Innovation Center. But however, costs track along with growth. The staff had grown. We did reorganize a bit this past year, but staff counts have grown, but technology wages have grown significantly with it. Just to retain technology staff at higher and higher levels gets more and more expensive. So yes, we have grown, but in order to offset the amount of funding, we have to look at two things. One is our hourly bill out rate that we bill to our clients. Most of our clients are folks like the city, Algoma Public Health, the DSABs, that sort of thing. So if we were to dramatically raise our revenue rates, that would impact them and probably cause them to reduce the services that they use from us. And so we've been reluctant to raise the billing rates too dramatically to our local partners, and we're trying to grow the revenues from external partners and more private sector type clients and other municipalities and clients across Ontario, and in some cases in different parts of Canada. So there is a stress on growing gross margin and profit to cover overheads and staff costs as you do this, and it also takes a fair amount of technology costs to do it. Our capital expenses on technology, not last year, but the year before, were last 2 years about $200,000 each year on hardware and technology to stay current.
Thanks. I appreciate those challenges, and I thank you for kind of outlining them for us and for me based on my questions to you, which I appreciate aren't the easiest to hear from me. As it relates to your funding in a given year, is there a lot, or I shouldn't say a lot, is there some money available to you from the feds or the province for the different work, the unique work that you do, or generally speaking?
To Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Gardy, we do get $327,000 from the province of Ontario. That's been flatlined for 18 years. So that has not declined. Half of that money goes to business programming to support entrepreneurs in the community. Half of that goes to funding overhead costs like rent at the Innovation Center. Our RAIN program and our business program regularly get fairly significant program fundings through FedNor and sometimes through NOHFC to operate funding programs for entrepreneurs and innovators across the north. And in FedNor's case with RAIN, it's pan-northern. In FedNor's case with our business team, it's more Algoma district based. And so that funding though comes in the tune of probably about $1.1 million a year, but it does not allow for much contribution to overhead. It's mostly flow through, paying for staff costs to operate the program with a nominal amount kicking in towards overhead, such as rent, insurances, that sort of thing. So yes, we do get a fair amount of external funding, but typically it all has strings attached to it and it's all flow through.
Thanks. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Ver or Mr. Van Stavern, okay? If you could delineate for us the difference between what Millworks does and some of the work in terms of the work, similar work, or maybe I'm misinformed, that the Innovation Center does as it relates to supporting businesses or fledgling businesses. Maybe that's not something the Innovation Center does and I'm confused, but could you kind of just give us like a high level comparison as to some of the work of each group and how they compare?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Millworks provides a number of services to our entrepreneurial community right now. There are 2 programs that are funded specifically. Startup, we have a Startup Company Plus program, which is there to provide some funding to help people get off the ground. We also have a Summer Company Plus program, which is for students. We do provide services to the general community as they come in to help them with business planning, development of their business, and identifying different funding sources. So that's fundamentally what we do. I can't really speak too much to what Mr. Bruin's group does other than what I see on the website.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Ver, maybe because you've been on the board and or Mr. Bruin, compared to what Mr. Van Stavern has outlined for us, are you able to delineate for me or us some of the differences between what your agency does?
Through to the mayor, to Councilor Gardy, I'll take that one.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Our focus is more on technology companies and ag tech type companies in support of them. We look for companies that are a little bigger, have a little bit of a track record, have the potential to grow. So examples of funding through our IAP program through FedNor is that we would fund research for intellectual property for a technology company, whether it's science-based or technology-based. We would have referral networks to consultants across the province to support technology companies that need mentoring from specialist organizations. And we provide business plan canvases for developing companies. And we try to build our linkages and support of our college and university to help with their technology transfer, help them if there's a company starting up there, providing a pathway for them to connect. So our general focus is not on local community startup companies, it's regional technology companies that we want to help scale. And so they're a bit bigger, more advanced than what Millworks would work with. However, we do programs with Millworks all the time, education programs in the community, and we partner all the time. And there's a bit of overlap there, but we think it's all for the better. They're not the most cost impactful programs.
Sure. So you spoke about the work that you do with post-secondary institutions, namely, I think Algoma University and or Sioux College, but you said regionally, so maybe beyond that, I'm not sure. But when it comes to this type of work, they have it like, there might be an opportunity for a technology company of some sort to kind of start, correct? And you aid in the beginning of that kind of process for those fledgling entrepreneurs, yes?
Hopefully not fledgling. We're hoping that they're already established and they're looking for assistance to scale.
So a computer science student at Algoma University has a business that he or she have been at for a while, and you're able to kind of support that and help like build it out. Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't understand.
A good example, a recent one is we participated in a funding where we helped a technology company not based in Sault Ste. Marie build a vertical greenhouse in a different part of Northern Ontario, but we coordinated all the research functions with College Boreal in this case to support that project. So our role in that case was to help connect the partners together and help them put the business plan together to put something more sophisticated. And in that case, our hope is that down the road, that'll lead to a bigger investment in our region. There is a vertical farm opportunity that we're working towards that would stem from an opportunity like that. So that's a good example of the level we want to operate at. We do work with some professors who are doing research at the university and college. When they have ideas, we're there to help them work through commercialization of it and help them deal with intellectual property questions they have.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you taking the time. I know that there are several opportunities that you are pursuing. I think any work that you're able to do with Algoma University it should be good work for you and beneficial to them. I think there's a lot of opportunity, as you know, in agri-food and agribusiness. So continue to do those sorts of things. I think everybody's pretty clear on where I kind of stand with this, but I appreciate Mr. Bruins coming here to outline the challenges that my effort last year at this time created for them. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my questions were asked, so I'll try and be a little more concise and brief. A couple of things. Yeah, first of all, so I want to be clear, the ask for this year is $210,000-ish. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me exactly what that's for?
That will go to fund the same elements that the original funding was for. It would go to bridge most of our operating costs and operating overheads, which would be things like help support rent, help support financing, HR functions, staff development, training, all those sorts of overhead functions. So it's a general use amount of capital to help fund the overhead parts of our.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ver, are some of those not things that the city could take over or assist with? For example, the HR functions, the overhead. If I remember correctly, sorry, and I guess I might be asking you two questions at once here. If I remember when Councillor Gardy brought this forward, the amount of funding that we were providing, were we not taking that back in rent and other fees anyway? Wasn't this kind of almost a wash?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, the Innovation Center does continue to pay rent in the Civic Center building. I think that's in the order of about $70,000 a year.
About 88,000
per year. That is, comes back to the city for their operations. We don't currently provide any HR or administrative support to the Innovation Center, the separate nonprofit organization that's run entirely on their own.
By its own board, I imagine, so we couldn't impose our own people in there. Right. Okay, thank you. You mentioned, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bruises, you mentioned I think it was a $2.7 million pipeline?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what the conversion rate is of your pipeline or what it's been? Like if you've got 2.7 sitting there, what's the conversion on that? Like what would you actually convert to sales? I understand you've got $2.7 million in prospective clients, but are you converting 2.7 or are you converting 1.2?
The sales pipeline has a probability. There's about 150 sales opportunities in that pipeline. Every single item has a probability associated with it.
Right.
And we put a probability of it converting into an order that turns into revenue within a 12-month period. So that is sitting at about $500,000 to $700,000 for next year. And that would help us take our revenues next year to close to $3 million from about 2.7 this year. Because each year you lose some too, right?
Right. So your pipeline's at about 2.7 million. You're looking at converting about 500,000. So you're at about a little less than 20%.
Right.
20% conversion on that. Okay. And I'm seeing 4 streams here, but really only 3 because I guess harvest is something was always fully intended to be at least cost neutral, right? So you've got 4 kind of revenue stream or 3 other revenue streams here. Does SMIC compete with private corporations or private entities that are out there doing the same role in these other 3 worlds?
In Rain, Harvest Algoma, and the business side, they're all nonprofit and operate at almost neutral positions.
Okay. So the only one would be Acorn, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
And we would be competing with private sector companies there?
Yes.
And is the product being offered by Acorn so unique that private sector is not offering it, or are they offering the same thing?
Again, through the mayor to the councillor. Our mix of talents and skills that this city has invested in and created at the Innovation Center is not replicatable in Sault Ste. Marie. It doesn't exist in Sault Ste. Marie, and it doesn't exist in most municipalities. And so we do have a knowledge advantage here in Sault Ste. Marie because of our ability to merge GIS solutions, which we do for the city, the PUC, and many other clients, with data analytics, which we do in healthcare and public health and a lot of other areas, and with development programming, which we do with Algoma Steel and a number of other companies. So to bring all that together, it's a service offering that has an advantage, and that's what we're trying to exploit outside of our region. Our goal is to grow our profits and our gross margins outside of our Algoma region and bring those margins back and keep our charge out rates to our local clients as affordable as possible.
So from what you're saying, if I understand correctly, then this is a product through Acorn that is not available or not available at the level of expertise that Acorn has anywhere else in the private sector or in our area?
Not in our area, no.
Okay. And yet our charge rates would be 50% of anyone in the private sector. So we're offering a product that is, X factor better than anyone in the private sector could possibly ever offer, yet we're charging only 50%.
To the mayor, to Councillor Spina, the Innovation Center was set up as a shared service. It's always had a culture of providing high value service to local agencies, government, and service providers at the lowest cost possible. That's been the culture that's been built all through the years of Acorn. And so to change that culture to behave more like a private sector culture would really harm the value that's provided to all the agencies in the community. So yes, we do charge half in the local area what we can get in the private sector, but when we go outside of Algoma, we're charging more commercial rates because we need those margins back here. Is that unclear?
Well, so if I'm hearing you correctly, we're charging 2 different rates. If you're local, you get a preferred rate?
The local customers are getting a preferred rate, and a lot of that is because we're tied to long-term contracts, like with the DSAB, with the city. So those rates are set. They can't be changed quickly. But new clients in different jurisdictions, we can charge a little bit higher rates. We don't charge full private sector rates. We charge about 30 to 40% more in other areas.
Okay. And I could be wrong. Please correct me if I am. I think it's substantially in the Rain division where you're saying the majority of the work being done there you're getting funding from provincial and federal bodies that you're then assisting people to apply for those funds and receive those funds?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So basically, essentially the staff are acting as a gatekeeper to those funds. Would it not be easier just to direct people to apply directly for those funds, or why do we have to fund a position for someone to play gatekeeper on those funds?
To the mayor, to Councillor Spina, we don't fund those positions out of our overhead. They're funded in the funding programs from FedNor that operate those programs.
Okay.
It's the contribution to overheads of the organization that are only funded nominally through those programs.
Right, so those individuals, then you would have to pay your full HR, your full overhead, your full everything for, despite the fact that there's a small funding from the program.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Vezowalan.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, Mr. Bruin. In terms of discussing overhead, and I am quite aware of most of your programs, and I've worked closely with RAIN and Harvest Algoma, and I have seen your Acorn folks at both quite a few conferences between AMO and Roma, and they are really great team. In terms of when you're talking about, RAIN getting on average like 1.1 million, typically with funded programs, it's anywhere from, 8% upwards to 20% that can go into admin, which covers that overhead of rent and HR and being able to deliver the program. So do you know on average, and this might not be a question that you can answer right now, from all of your granting programs that come in, what is your admin revenues annually?
I think you got to the mayor to Councillor Vezowalan. It's in the neighborhood of 10 to 14% of
Okay.
grant funding flows in and is eligible to go to admin.
Okay. So if you've got in, $3 to $4 million in grant funding per year, on average, you're getting 10 to 14%.
Yes, and that also covers the staff component within that funding. So, but funding has been declining in recent years. Last year, our funding through FedNor has gone down by about 50% through just program squeezes at the FedNor level. So our total funding envelope has shrunk in the last year, and we're anticipating it being sort of at the current level all through next year as well.
So
it's not going to go up to 3 million, which I wish it would.
So in terms of FedNor, then with having a decrease in funding, then did your staff complement decrease due to the fact that you had less programs that you were
Yes, it did.
managing?
We had to end the contracts. Employment contracts are matched to the funding programs.
Okay. And then in terms of Harvest Algoma, you said there were some repairs that had to be done. Do you recall how much money was raised when the whole Harvest Algoma issue came up and when all the community members came up and pitched in? Do you have a number for that?
It's very close to $200,000 a year for 3 years, so $600,000 over 3 years.
Okay. And were you able to use any of those funds to help with the repairs?
We didn't in this case. We funded it off of our balance sheet because the budget for bringing food in, paying for trucks, paying utilities in the building, paying our staff there uses up almost all of that funding.
Okay. And so in terms of Harvest Algoma, is it something that you're going to be looking at having incorporate separately or keeping part of SMIC?
To the mayor, to Councillor Vezowalan, Harvest Algoma, we set up at your request last year, a advisory board for Harvest Algoma. That board is going through a strategic planning session now, and there is a conversation about creating a charitable organization. And then that will probably be a major discussion point at our SMIC board meeting coming up in December. So that is on the table for discussion.
Yeah, I was fortunate to be at the first strategic planning meeting last Friday. Yeah, there's a lot of great community members and there were SMIC staff involved as well. So I think in terms of your ask, I think if we had more information, especially in terms of how much you're actually getting through and flow through admin dollars on an annual basis would be really important, and understanding, what is the actual cost of your HR person, finance, can that be, kind of covered within the other grants, knowing that your rent right now is only $88,000. And my last question is to Mr. Ver, is that $88,000 inclusive of like utilities, heat, all that kind of stuff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezowalan, that's correct.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Bruin. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Councillor Vezowalan. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I guess the question I have is, you're expecting a loss of $50,000 to $60,000 this year. And I'm not saying like Harvest Algoma is required. Has Harvest Algoma put you behind?
The mayor to councillor. The 35,000 we invested into repairing the refrigeration equipment was capitalized, so it put us behind maybe depreciation over 10 years of 35,000, so maybe $3,500. So it's had a nominal impact on SMIC.
And just a quick story, I remember, we'll say about 10 years ago, the Innovation Center came to council requesting the same amount of money that they're asking today, the $277,890. And the question I asked is, when will you be self-sufficient? And the answer I received back then, in a couple of years. Well, it's 15 years you've been in operation, and you're still coming to the city for some funding. So, yeah, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Other councillors with questions? Councillor Kinnick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brunei. So just one other thing that we haven't touched on today here is the Vulnerable Persons Registry. I know we had international interest, or national interest, sorry, and we made the national news about this program because it's one of a kind in Sault Ste. Marie only currently. And how is that program going, and how would expansion of that program affect, and what is the profitability in the future for that program if you were able to expand it to more communities?
Well, to the mayor, to councillor, I'm going to go on the assumption that we earn the funding privilege from the city. In the last year, before council gave us the notice, we had to make a decision to invest in another program we operate called Keon. Keon operates all the attendance management and reporting systems in half the early on centers in Ontario. That cost us an investment of about $230,000 off of our balance sheet. Now we earn revenues of that, and the revenues are about $130,000 a year, so it will pay back over time. That's because Keon was at its end of life. Our Vulnerable Persons Registry software is now 10 years old. It's beyond its end of life, so we're just keeping it going. So yes, we've had lots of conversations with people across the country, but our product is not at a level where they could use it. It would need significant redevelopment for any one of those partners to use the Vulnerable Persons Registry. And just to fix the registry itself, we've estimated between $200,000 and $240,000. It's about the same complexity as Keon. With the funding, we'll begin an incremental process of updating the VPR in terms of privacy and cybersecurity. But expanding it, we're loath to expand it because we think that it would end up as a problem in our destination clients, and that would come back on us from a reputation point of view. We are looking at trying to find ways to fund a redevelopment of the entire VPR, but that takes external funding. We've identified a few pools. If we don't get that funding, it's basically just helping it limp along until we can find a way to invest in redeveloping it. If I can build the balance sheet back up with Acorn revenues, the first thing we would do is make the investment into updating the VPR and marketing that across Canada. We even think it has applicability in the United States as well.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. Other councillors with questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bruns.
Thank you.
For those who have presented, well, we are happy to have you stay. You certainly don't have to. Madam Clerk.
Under agenda item 8.4, Sault Ste. Marie Museum, William Hollingshead, Executive Director, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Mr. Hollingshead and Mr. Delfrey.
Thank you, Your Worship, member of council. It's great to be back representing a museum again.
You've heard a lot of news from cultural attractions tonight that many of them either are trying to grow or are struggling. In the case of the museum, it's a little more dire than that. Coming out of COVID, when we saw what COVID did to our revenues and we saw what our admissions and in the last couple of years in particular, tourist traffic hasn't come back. Our costs have continued to go up, minimum wage costs and an old building and so forth. So we're facing now, and we've realized for the last couple of years, we began a process to transform the museum to make it significantly and substantially different in a way that will be more relevant to the community, support the community, and give the community things that it needs or wants from our assessment. And so that transformation, I believe you all have a copy of what we are trying to do or propose to do. The process of transforming the museum began, like I say, about 2 years ago with new partners and therefore new programming. And we're at a point now where if we're going to continue that, we need a major increase in our staff. We don't have the people or the expertise. We don't have the resources to go put behind these 5 strategies that are identified in our growth. So we're asking for an increase of $40,000 this year from the city to compensate for the loss of COVID impact and a 0% increase last year. The clock is ticking for us. We estimate if we do nothing in terms of change to generate new programming and new value in the community, we have about 2 more years to operate. And then we'll have to start making cuts, whether it's in staff or hours, and that's just a road to closure. So I don't want to be alarmist, and I don't want to, paint a picture that we're in the position, say, the YMCA was in earlier this year, but we face a lot of the same issues that they have with declining revenues, declining admissions, and higher costs. So we have a plan. We presented it to you. We believe some of the things we're proposing to do are quite innovative, quite ambitious, in fact, but they take advantage of resources we have in the community, in particular in the arts and culture sector with the amount of talent that's here. And then in the case of partnerships with some of the partners we have with Rotary, with the Legion, who will support these initiatives, particularly the Youth Sports Hall of Fame and the Neighborhood Partnership Program. So the goal is to become more relevant to the community, to increase our value, perceived value in the community. In fact, we would like to see more use of our exhibits, particularly if we can create traveling exhibits that the city could use itself and organizations that are going to conferences to promote the city and create awareness about the tremendous history that we have here. And that way we'd be better value to the city. Take the rest.
So as you may know, we have undergone a new strategic plan. We're in the process of that for our next 5 years. So that plan is to be developed hopefully by the end of this year. And that's really going to guide us forward as the museum as we take on these new intended outcomes and new initiatives in order to keep us relevant within the community itself. Go one more slide, please. Thank you. So some of the new initiatives that we are looking to develop would be exhibits focusing on the historical evolution of the city and its neighborhoods and spreading those out from the physical building itself into the community. Exhibits and content to be displayed at major tourism attractions or conferences to draw people to Sault Ste. Marie by sharing the incredible and vast history that we have of the city and the people that contributed to the history of the city. We're looking at developing a new arts and culture entrepreneurship program, really leveraging the work that our partners do with us, such as Ontario Culture Days in Northern Ontario, as well as Fringe North Festival. And we're looking at new and continued partnerships with agencies that we are already working with or that we hope to continue to engage with further in the future. Some of those being Rotary Club with our Sports Hall of Fame, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 25. We have a very fantastic partnership with them and we thank them for that. And then within our building itself, we also house the offices for Ontario Culture Days Northern Ontario, as well as Fringe Festival Northern Ontario. So acting as that lack of our arts and culture center here in Sault Ste. Marie, we've kind of decided to step up and fill some of that role that hasn't been addressed through some of the previous reports that we have seen in the past.
So just in conclusion, we've launched a new fundraising program to business and industry in the community. And that's just getting underway, where our aim is to raise 250,000 per year for 3 years. That will give us the resources we need to create the positions, to implement the transformations and the operating costs for them. And we believe after that period of time, the kind of admissions and programming and revenues from that will make us, in addition to the current funding we get from the province and the city, will make us self-sustainable. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingshead. Mr. Delfrey, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the presenters, and thank you for the tour that you provided me several weeks back. So I just want to fully understand, this 40,000 is for?
Part of a fundraising campaign that we're undertaking to create 4 new positions that will give us the expertise and the resources. We've been cutting staff for a number of years now, so our existing staff is able to maintain the business that we have as a museum, but to grow, we need to create new programs, and those programs need people to create them and implement them.
So
it's part of that total fundraising goal of 250,000.
Okay. And if you're not successful with the fundraising, did I hear you correctly? You have approximately 2 years left, the museum.
Yeah, based on current operating costs and revenues, et cetera. We came very close to the line in October. We had to use one of our last 2 reserves to be able to ensure we could meet payroll. We haven't been able to build a reserve, obviously, since COVID with the numbers and so on and so forth. So yes, we estimate that if we do nothing, that we'll be able to continue to operate at our current level for roughly somewhere between 2 and 3 years. If something happened, it's an old building and et cetera, et cetera. So if something happened that we would have to accelerate that, then we would start to look at staff cuts and or hour cuts. That's just a recipe for failure.
From a scale of 1 to 10, what's the shape of the building?
Well, it was finished construction in 1906. So that's about all you need to know, really. It's
it could be here.
It's old enough to be a museum. How's that?
If I may
Okay.
interrupt quickly,
Yes.
through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bruni, I do know that on the capital asset management plan, we were rated as past life expectancy.
And I will mention that we received support from the city to replace some of our windows. And it's that type of cost that we're bearing, we're just bearing. It's an old building. The original glass window is over 100 years old, and it's just almost not sustainable.
And the strategic plan you said will be completed this year?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it'll be this year, but it'll certainly be early in the new year. We just completed we think a very successful community survey, and to get data and input from the community about, the profile of the museum in the community, the perceived value of the museum in the community, and some of our plans. So we have that data now, and we have this plan. We're starting to create oversight committees for each of the strategies, and we should have that strategic plan done, I would say, in the spring.
And my final question, Mr. Mayor, since we have 3 presenters that are still in the audience, Sault Ste. Marie Museum, the Bush Plane, and the Art Gallery.
Yep.
Have you had dialogue together as a group? I mean, we're looking at aging structures. Any plans working together to maybe come up? I'm not saying next year, in 5 years, 7 years, maybe a complex where all of you can fit together.
Yeah. Well, not that kind of discussion. There is a lot of collaboration that happens already, and a lot of information sharing, and a lot of, collaboration. But there's significant room for more. And I can tell you from my personal experience from my days at the Bush Plane and since, we've seen tremendous opportunity for growth in the arts and culture sector. The data supports the fact that the arts and culture sector can generate 3 times the tourist spend and 3 times the job creation than any other sector, including the sports and recreation sector. We need sports and recreation, but we're missing a big opportunity because we don't have the architecture in the community to pull the sector together. There's a cultural plan, you have a cultural vitality committee. We're not seeing boots on the ground and programming that's meant to achieve a level of synergy amongst the organizations and a level of collective growth so that we can offer a big enough product to tour operators, to cruise ships, et cetera. That's the opportunity. And some of the strategies that we have here, like the Arts and Culture Entrepreneurship Program, we're modeling RAIN's agribusiness entrepreneurship program. You know, we see the potential in the community to grow a number of businesses because of the amount of talent that we have here. But for all the talent that we have, very few people make a living in arts and culture. We all know that. I think we all know that. That's one of the goals that we have to try to change.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Again, it's always a pleasure to see you both here. And I know behind the scenes, both of you are working very hard, just like the other colleagues that are sitting behind you. We do understand that arts and culture teams around this community are working day and night to make sure that the community that we live in have the opportunity inexpensively to broaden their education horizons. So thank you. Just building on to Councillor Bruni's question, partnerships. If I may say, Mr. Dalfrey, Mike, you have been a tremendous person to build partnerships ever since I've known you, and you're perfect at the helm. Can you just elaborate more on the partnerships? For example, it's small, but I know that Kathy Fisher has introduced sometime the pass ticket where it can be used at various different venues.
Yep.
I believe you're participating in that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the concept of culture days, I think, is what you're referring to. We began in my days back at the Bush Point. We have partnerships with Fringe North, with the Culture Days, with the Legion. In fact, we've had meetings with the Legion recently about new programming now that they have their new building and et cetera. We have a recent new partnership with the Rotary Club. They operate Russ Ramsey Sports Hall of Fame. We have a Russ Ramsey Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to put them together and we're going to redesign it as a youth-focused sports Hall of Fame, because there isn't really a youth-focused sports Hall of Fame or program other than what Rotary does. So it's not just a series of exhibits, but there's a whole series of programming and services that can go along with it. Everything from helping young athletes apply for scholarships, as an example. Conceivably, someday the Hall of Fame could issue its own scholarship if we're successful in raising the money in the community. Because we see potential there. We see potential in the number of young people who play sports in the community, but also potential in the number of young people who are in theater and dance and music schools who want opportunities to maybe make a living in that field, but lack the development, lack the business planning, maybe lack the mentorship. There's some now, but we think there could be a whole lot more. And we do that through collaboration with other partners, like the museum or like the Bush Plane and like the art gallery and so forth.
Okay. What I'm hearing between the lines is that you're looking at the young to give them opportunities, to put them on the right, clean road path.
Absolutely.
Trying to keep them out of, as one person said earlier tonight, of unfortunately, the drugs or some other harmful life.
If I could just respond to that. The dominant and the predominant youth-focused agency in the community is the YMCA, which is outstanding. However, it's focused in fitness, recreation, sports, etc. There is not an equivalent organization in arts and culture on a scale, on a community-wide scale. There's a lot of arts and culture organizations. We have world-class events, et cetera, but yet arts and culture is not an economic driver per se in the community because we have not achieved that level of synergy. We don't have the architecture. Every arts and culture agency pretty much struggles. And we think there's a big opportunity for that. And we're trying to create that momentum through this transformation of the museum.
Okay. We as council have had the advantage of sitting down with you over the last month, 2 months, where you have walked us through.
Mhm.
And yes, you did, and said you've reached out to the community to pull in their ideas.
Yep.
But if you could just do another quick elevator speech, what you're trying to achieve, sell the community, use this opportunity.
Okay. Well, as we say in this, excuse me, in this transformation document, we believe we need to increase the relevance of the museum to the community. We have to make more and better connections between the museum and the community. The day of historic museums with static exhibits is long gone. We know that. The kind of entertainment that people have today on their phones and computers. So that they have to be more dynamic and they have to be more relevant to people. So neighborhood communities is a good example. We need to support the community in more ways. Give them opportunities, particularly young people, give them opportunities in areas that they're interested in. Arts and culture is a good example, but also sports. Hall of Fame is a good example for that. And then the last one is to increase the level of participation and support that we receive from the community. So we need more memberships and we need more people. There's a tremendous amount of history in households in the community, from photo albums to oral histories, et cetera. No organizations on a community-wide scale is trying to pull that out and use that as to tell stories and to create exhibits and to promote the community outside the Soo. We think the kind of programming we are proposing to do, along with others, but what we're proposing to do, can have a significant impact on the profile of Sault Ste. Marie in the province and become known for a net exporter of talent outside of Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay. One final question. Has this vision model that you're describing, has it been used elsewhere in Canada?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I can tell you, though, from experience, and I don't know how to say this diplomatically, but there are people who give me credit for a turnaround at the Bush Plane, and that's completely false. I had a great team of staff, had a great team of board, a great team of volunteers. Took a lot of people to turn the Bush Plane around into the kind of agency it is today, which is outstanding today. We're doing the very same strategies now. These strategies came from the Ontario Museum Association of community engagement in particular, and finding relevance in the community. Give the community value so that they feel obligated to support you. So we're not making any of this up in terms of the philosophy of how do you make a museum thrive and how do you make a museum grow. Some of the strategies we think are pretty innovative, things like the Arts and Culture Entrepreneurship Program. But we have the talent to behind it.
Okay. If I may say, I have seen creativity already from the museum, from the author, the books signing that's coming up. I think it's December 5th. And again, I want to say thank you for walking me through this whole plan. And just like the public library, we've been educated by the library that libraries are different now, and museums are different. It's not going in to see an old school table or the old butter churning. It's so much more than that.
Different world.
Correct.
Yeah.
So thank you. And I know you're going after corporate donations as well. Is that right?
Yes, we have begun that, and we'll be doing a whole lot more. We wanted to make our presentation to council to get that message out to the community that we are, attempting a significant, substantial change of the museum. We have the survey data now that we'll be using. We'll be going back to our members. We have to engage our members more than we have been.
Yeah.
Now that the community will know that a change is coming, a change is in the works. We need the community, the business community in particular, support to ensure that this change happens.
You have a big goal because you are the Sault Ste. Marie Museum, but you really are the museum of basically Algoma.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you want to answer that.
That's all.
We actually do work a lot with regional museums in Algoma. We provide expertise. We even exhibits for them because any tourist operators who are coming to Sault Ste. Marie have to go through Algoma to get here. And if we can strengthen the museum community in the area, it's going to be in our favor. So that's why we do it.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor
you.
Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate your challenges. They're significant considering, what you've outlined. With all due respect to Ms. Lepore and the art gallery, talk to us about their facility. Their facility's 50 years old. This one's about 70 years older than that, right? So I respect your vantage point and the challenges that you have with it. Personally, I'll just say, I don't think 40 grand is a big ask. So I'm hopeful we get there, or it'll be there for you. That being said, I think when I think about how the museum can be different, if you will, nowadays than it has been in years past, I think I think with I think the changing complexion and composition of our community presents an opportunity for the museum, in the sense that it has been decades since there's been an influx of new families and new people to the degree that it has. So I see you guys nodding. I'm sure that's something you thought about. It's not like the most innovative thought in the world, but I just wanted to kind of point that out. So I don't necessarily know that I have an answer as to how to potentially tap into it, but there are a lot of people new to the Soo who would probably like to learn a lot more about where they're residing now. And it could be of benefit to them, right, as newcomers, to kind of get a sense of the place that they're living. You guys might be doing that already, so I might be preaching to the choir, so forgive me. Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I should have said that initially, I guess. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Hollingshead and Mr. Delfrey, do you do any, in terms, as it relates to your workforce, are there opportunities for students from either of our post-secondary institutions to do any type of co-op? Like, I know Algoma University's co-op program used to be a little bit more broad than it is. I think a lot of it's specifically in computer science and business now. There was a time, I know, when history students or other students there had opportunity for co-op placement in the community. Is that anything that you guys ever tap into?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy, we have worked with Algoma University in the past couple of years for a couple of different internship positions. So we have received 2 from Community Enterprise and Social Development. We've also received 1 from the Geography program, and that was for a national designation of the Algoma Central Railway line, which we comprise a committee of to submit that to the federal government for national designation. So that student helps prepare the GIS mapping, as well as a lot of research and documentation for that federal application.
Gotcha. Anyway, I think Mr. Bruni was onto something. I know, through our cultural corridor stuff that we have going on there, we kind of market the group together. But I think there should be opportunity for more of a working relationship between the different cultural organizations or facilities here in town. I'm not sure what the impediment has been over the course of the last little while, if any, but I like the way you were thinking. So I appreciate you guys coming here and hearing me out. And thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Delfrey, Mr. Hollingshead.
Your Worship, if I can respond just to the first question Councillor Gardy asked, in terms of providing information and education to newcomers to Sault Ste. Marie. That's certainly one objective of the Historic Neighborhoods Program as an example. But conversely, there is an awful lot of culture and history in immigrant groups who have come to Sault Ste. Marie. And we aren't capturing that culture. There are events in the community. There's Filipino event or there's an Indian event, but the potential is much greater that can give you the kind of rich diversity in the community that will help these newcomers feel at home and feel like they have a place here. And that's programming using the arts and culture as the medium for that. So your question is very well put. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delphi. Councillor Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to both of our presenters for being here. Mr. Hollingshead, I sent you an email prior to today and you did send me some information back. So thank you for that. For the benefit of council, I'm going to ask a couple of questions from some information that he had sent me, but I'm going to suggest perhaps it's a good idea for you maybe to send that to council later on so that everybody has the same information. From what you had sent me, it looks like so far this year, if I just doing quick math, the museum itself for local visitors has seen well over 10,000 unique visitors this year alone at the museum. Correct?
That's correct.
And in those, in addition to those visitors, the museum has seen just over somewhere around, so far in 2024, 1,000 unique visitors from out of town, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I had a quick chat with Mr. Anderson. He uses his numbers at about approximately $175 per unique visitor from out of town. So you're looking at about $175,000 impact, economic impact on the city of Sault Ste. Marie from visitors from out of town visiting the museum potentially. I recognize there's probably some more refinement that needs to be done on those numbers to dive down into them farther, but the potential is there. And in addition to that, you've had in 2023 a 0% increase, correct?
That's correct.
What about 2022? I just don't remember, sorry.
2022, I believe we saw a $9,000 increase. Correct. So we're currently sitting at 260. I believe we were at 249 before our last increase.
So very minimal in 2022. And recognizing that 2023 was probably one of our most difficult budget years, I can understand why a 0% increase was there. Can you tell me a little bit about, so we talked to a lot of councillors have asked about strategic partnerships. Given the list that you sent me, I count roughly 115 unique partners that the museum has attempted or has actually made partnership with and is doing different programs with. Is that roughly correct? And there's probably more that are not on the list.
I would say that's probably correct, looking at the amount of events that we're doing and outside agencies that we're currently trying to engage with. So you're pretty close.
Okay. And of those agencies, I think one of the bigger ones, would it be Ontario Culture Days?
That is correct.
And can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes. As mentioned, through Spina, Ontario Culture Days does have an office that operates out of the Sault Ste. Marie Museum. So we provide them space in order for them to host their festival. It's about a 2-week festival that operates across all partner agencies in Sault Ste. Marie. In discussion with Culture Days, there's all sorts of programming that happen, whether that be participatory or experiential, but currently that number is still being counted. The attendees for Festival Hub was 5,842, but the estimated participatory and experiential altogether is about 20,000. And that's not fully quantified yet.
Is that just in the Sioux?
It's just in Sault Ste. Marie.
And if I remember correct, I was fortunate enough, I spoke at the opening of Culture Days. I saw some people there. If I remember correctly, is Sault Ste. Marie the largest participant in Culture Days or close to it? Or largest in our area kind of thing?
I believe we are in Northern Ontario, and then as a hub, we're one of the larger groups in the province.
So despite the minimal resources you've had, you've been able to establish yourself as one of the largest hubs in Ontario for Culture Days?
With all partners involved and the organization itself, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if I count a little bit correctly here, and someone please add if I'm missing anyone, Sault Ste. Marie Library, Sault Ste. Marie Museum, Art Gallery, Bush Plain, Ermitinger site, Atomica, and even private partners like the Grand Theatre. There's about 7 different organizations there that reside in very close proximity in what we can call our cultural hub in our community. And all of these areas are generating significant income and economic benefit for our community. Yet for the past several years, what we've seen tonight, I think, is a trend where we have significantly underfunded the arts and culture in our community. And it appears that they have all responded with innovation and with more passion than what we could have expected because they've all found new ways to either self-fund or to somehow get the job done for still the benefit of our community. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Gardy. I think this is a minimal ask that the museum is asking for at this point in time, especially given what they represent and what they give back to our community. And I'm would be happy to support that conversation going forward. So thanks, gentlemen, for coming here today and sharing the information. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
2 questions, I promise. One very practical one. And in your report, your funding report for 2023, under annual financial surplus or deficit, you're showing a deficit of $103,317. In your audited financial statements for 2023, are you showing that deficit?
Should be reported in there, yes.
Yes. So I know that would very much restrict you from applying for grants due to your deficit status, because most grant-making institutions will not fund an organization in a deficit situation. Okay. I just wanted clarification on that. Okay. And then, Mr. Delfrey, do you recall the Arts and Culture Employment Sector Development Committee from 2014?
Arts and Culture Sector Employment Committee?
Arts and Culture Employment Sector Development Committee, which was Arts Council, AWIC, Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Center, well, you were there, and the Cultural Corridor, Nordic Institute, the Sioux Community Career Center, and Sioux College of Applied Arts and Technology. And we formed a working group, and we have a terms of reference, which I'm happy to share, which unfortunately, while it made some great strides, and I still have a bunch of research, didn't get anywhere. So I'm happy to hear that you're reviving this. So a lot of the legwork and a lot of the rationale is already completed. I'm happy to share that with you. And I think you should definitely go back to the Nordic Culture, Creativity, and the Arts report. But this was really stemmed on both looking at different economic developments, and both AWIC and Sioux College and the Career Center had a lot of good points. I wrote this. So I'll send it to you.
Please do, yeah.
And you were on that committee as well. I remember. So I'll send it to you. But a lot of the data hasn't really changed. So I think it's still relevant, and happy to assist.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It couldn't happen. Your worship, Councillor Vezo-Allen. I'll admit I don't remember what I was doing in 2014. Don't ask me what I did yesterday even. But yes, I'm not surprised that would be around, because you're right. The sector has not changed in a long, long time. And I appreciate Councillor Spina's comments. Arts and culture by its very nature is innovative. It's creative. And it's that creativity, I think, that's just inherent in people who work in this field to survive and to create, new opportunities for themselves, to entertain and to be relevant in the community. So, but Councillor Vezo-Allen, I appreciate it. I'd like to know very much about that.
Thank you, Mr. Delfrey. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Delfrey, the $40,000 increase in annual funding support from the city, is that primarily an operating increase or a capital increase?
An operating increase.
Okay, I was just wondering, so you had mentioned the ongoing costs of maintaining your building. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, do you guys own the building, or does the city of Sault Ste. Marie own the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, the city of Sault Ste. Marie does own the building, which takes care of the building envelope. Anything inside the building, we are responsible for. So utilities we pay, any kind of capital that we would like to see happen to exhibits or to infrastructure with the building, we pay for that. Otherwise, things like HVAC or the windows is a city component that is handled through the capital asset management plan. Last year, we did leverage funding for that. We got about $100,000 put into what the city matched us for to get those 21 new windows. So that was extra legwork that we did above and beyond our requirement to maintain the building.
Okay, so did you guys use an operating reserve to help pay for that capital item then?
Capital items.
The windows?
Windows, no, we wrote a grant to Canadian Cultural Spaces Fund, and then the city matched it with the capital reserve that they had.
Okay, great.
Does that answer?
Yeah, it does. So the $40,000, again, there's no capital reserve funding in that at all. It's all just operating increase.
That's correct.
So where do you fund any capital expenses for, as you said, inside the building?
That would either be through grants or through revenue that we obtain through admissions or event rentals.
Okay, thanks very much.
And just to clarify, a lot of the grants that we are able to access, as mentioned by some of our previous presenters, they're project-based, so they're not operational based. That money comes in and that money goes out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingshead. Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Other councillors with questions? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That will bring us to the 2025 proposed budget. Shelley Schell, Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, and Steve Facey, Manager of Finance.
Ms. Shaw? Mr. Facey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Today, the 2025 preliminary operating, capital, and sanitary rate supported budgets are provided for the information of council. The annual budget is a financial guide on how tax dollars will be spent. It balances maintaining current service levels and minimizing the impact on taxpayers. The budget process is a collaborative process with all city departments, along with the effective use of the city's financial resources through the development and implementation of financial strategies and sound financial planning, management, and advice. Next slide, please. The agenda for the presentation includes a discussion on the budget landscape and some of the challenges, followed by a summary of the operating capital and rate-supported sanitary budget. Next slide. After several years of historically high inflation, Ontario is seeing some relief. As of September 2023, Ontario's Consumer Price Index rose 1.9% year over year, showing a significant improvement from the average inflation in 2023 of 3.8% and 6.8% in 2022. The Bank of Canada has reduced its overnight target rate by 125 basis points since the beginning of 2024, with the rate now at 3.75. The last decrease on October 23rd was significant at 50 basis points. The Bank of Canada expects to continue lowering rates, with their latest inflation data forecasting an average of 2.12 in 2025, thus returning to their target level of 2%. So how is the city's budget impacted by these forecasts? For 2025, there will still be inflation impacts to goods and services, but at a much lower level than the last several years. Municipal budgets, though, do not trend directly with the Consumer Price Index. As a service organization, salaries and benefits make up about 1/2 of the total municipal share of operating budget. So contractual agreements will significantly impact municipal inflation. Next slide, please. Assessment growth during the year provides additional net tax revenue to the municipality. The growth results from new builds, expansions, assessment corrections, and revisions, and is offset by tax write-offs and assessment reductions. Market value changes do not translate into growth or loss, but only redistribute the tax burden. New revenue from growth is used to support additional service requirements in the budget. Significant growth can put pressure on the budget, though, on both operating and capital, as it is indicative of a population increase and increased demand for services. In 2023, actual municipal revenue from assessment growth increased by 1%. As seen in the graph, this level had not been achieved in many years. Assessment growth as of October 2024 is 0.4%. This compares to 0.79% at the same time last year. Though the 2024 estimated assessment growth is lower than 2023, there are several large projects not yet reflected as they are not yet completed or occupied. Growth is anticipated to be higher in future years with a focus on Ontario's housing targets and assessment and incentives. Next slide, please. The municipal tax burden provides an indication of property tax affordability. The above graph is from the 2023 BMA study. As of this time, the 2024 study results have not yet been released. Sault Ste. Marie has one of the lowest tax burdens amongst our northern comparators. The city ranking has moved from a low ranking in previous years to a mid ranking and is just slightly below the high ranking. The high inflation of recent years and lower local income levels have put pressure on the tax burden. The municipal funding model also has not kept up. Areas of traditional responsibility, such as public transit and police services, are outpacing the city's ability to deliver the services. Other areas, such as wastewater and waste management, have become more complex and require higher funding levels. Additional pressure on the property tax level is also occurring as municipalities take on expanded roles in responding to community issues such as mental health, homelessness, and climate change. With the current funding model relying on property taxation, it constrains the ability to generate revenue to fund the operations and capital infrastructure requirements. To continue to meet these commitments, a different level of support from upper levels of government and changes in the revenue tools will be required. Next slide, please. Reserves and reserve funds are established for a variety of purposes, such as financing of capital projects, stabilization of future operating expenses for some municipal services, for example, the Winter Control Reserve, managing anticipated or contingent liabilities, or maintaining a level of liquidity and cash for sound financial planning. Discretionary reserves as a percentage of own source revenue strongly indicate financial stability. A healthy ratio will enhance flexibility in addressing operating requirements and in allowing temporary funding of capital projects internally. The city's 5-year average is reflected in red. The 2022 levels surpassed the 5-year average, indicating the level of reserves is growing. Reserves play a role in financing capital costs and providing affordable and stable services to the community. However, many reserves do not have sufficient annual allocations in the operating budget to satisfy or sustain the asset replacement requirements. The city's long-term financial plan provides for an annual levy increase to continue growing the reserve level to sustainable funding levels to support of future capital requirements. Future budget forecasts will increase the levy for reserve transfers up to 2% to provide for the capital requirements within the 10-year plan. Next slide. The forecasted long-term debt outstanding reflects a peak of $129 million in 2027. This level of debt requires approximately $11 million annually for debt servicing, slightly exceeding the current limit of $10.7 million. Major external debt requirements in the forecast are the West End Plant Phase 2 for $42.8 million, and this will be serviced by the sanitary sewer fees. The other one is the Biosolids Management Facility for approximately $52 million, and this is serviced by 80% from sanitary fees and 20% through the waste management tax levy. Landfill site improvements and expansion of $12 million, and this will be serviced through the waste management tax levy. With the current and projected debt for the noted projects, the debt servicing limit is fully utilized in 2027 and 2028. Additional debt servicing will not be available until after 2033. It is strongly recommended that council not take on significant additional long-term debt at this time. Next slide, please. There are several areas that could impact the city's ability to maintain the current service level. The municipal funding framework there's reliance on the property taxation, and this constrains the ability to generate revenue to fund operational and capital requirements. Until a change in the framework occurs, the city will struggle to maintain the affordability of property taxes. The asset management plan requirements. The city's updated asset management plans reflect infrastructure deficits. There is a risk that assets could further deteriorate or fail, resulting in service level reductions. Development of a long-term investment strategy, which considers the acceptable level of service and the funding requirements is needed. The next regulated phase of asset management planning addresses the funding requirements based upon the current service levels. Affordability of these levels and possible options to fund the plan will then be presented. Assessment growth. So although the city's assessment growth has been very low in the last several years, There is a growth trend currently with a focus on an increase to housing units in the community. If the cost to provide services, though, continues to increase at a greater rate than the assessment growth, it will put an additional tax burden on the assessment base. Climate change is a global concern, with effects also seen at the local level. Municipalities are impacted by climate change, from ice storms to flooding to forest fires. Funding of mitigation efforts, as well as rebuilding infrastructure, has the potential to affect the budget with increased costs. And lastly, grants from other levels of government greatly assist the city in achieving its priorities. There is a risk that the level of funding may not be maintained in future years, thus placing additional burden on the municipal tax levy or requiring service level adjustments. As you can see, there are significant risks to the future budget and tax affordability. The approval of the city's long-term financial plan earlier in 2024 assists in planning for such events and to help bring options for council's consideration in order to bring forward reasonable levy changes for the city's share of the budget. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Facey, who's going to give us a summary of the operating capital and sanitary rate supported budget.
Thank you. The 2025 proposed operating budget includes total expenditures of $223 million. This is the amount required to deliver all city services, including salaries and benefits, contractual obligations, transfers to own funds and capital, as well as our outside boards. The capital budget, which is comprised of larger one-time expenditures, totals $44.8 million, which is a roughly 10% increase from 2024. In total, the year-over-year budget change is tabled at 3.74%. Municipal services equate to approximately 1.3% of the increase, with the remaining 2.4 coming from levy and local boards. Next slide, please. Inflationary increases continue to impact the city and certain expenditures. However, the inflationary pressure is relatively less than what we've experienced in previous years. In addition to the inflationary pressures, the budgets associated with the city's service partners are incorporated when calculating the overall tax levy. Lastly, included within the 2025 budget are additional funds for public works fleet replacement strategies, as well as additional investments into landfill initiatives as part of the city's B&I plan. In accordance with the Municipal Act, the city must present a balanced budget. This means the sum of all expenses and net of other revenues totals the municipal tax levy. In other words, the city cannot budget for a surplus or deficit. We must budget appropriately to the estimated cost of delivering municipal services. The first step is to determine the total amount of expenditures required to deliver all city services. This amount is then offset by other revenues, such as user fees and government grants. And then the difference of these two form the calculation of the municipal tax levy. For 2025, the municipal tax levy is being tabled at approximately $146 million. The city's expenditures increase over time to maintain existing and account for new service levels. Consistent with other municipalities, a significant portion of the operating budget is related to salaries and benefits. Of the $223 million of expenditures, roughly 48% are staffing costs. The graph on this slide represents the breakdown of expenditure increases. In other words, this information highlights where the overall increase is attributable to, rather than the year-over-year comparison by category. Next slide, please. Other revenues, as mentioned previously, is the offset to the municipal tax levy. These revenues include grants such as the OMPF or the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund that reduces property tax pressures on residents. User fees account for nearly half of all other revenues and are calculated either full cost recovery where possible or to benchmarks if full cost recovery is not possible. Next slide. The chart on this slide provides a breakdown of the municipal tax levy increase that is applicable to city services. The net increase year over year is about approximately $4 million and includes the cost of salary and benefit changes, council-approved funding strategies such as public works, fleet replacement, and B&I, as well as what we anticipate to deliver all other city services. A full reconciliation of this can be found on page 89 of this evening's agenda. Next slide, please. The capital budget represents planned investments in roads, buildings, infrastructure, facilities, and fleet. The total capital program equates to $44.8 million, with almost 2/3 going to roads. In addition to these investments, the capital plan focuses on various fleet renewal strategies to address aging assets. Thanks to funding opportunities from senior levels of government, the capital plan is nearly one-half funded from outside sources, such as CCBF or the Canada Community Building Fund, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and the Connecting Link program. Next slide, please. This slide provides council a summary of where capital investments are being recommended in 2025. In line with the capital plan that was presented to council earlier this year, just shy of $30 million is recommended to fund road initiatives. This program includes various resurfacing and reconstruction initiatives, including People's Road Phase 1, Sackville Road Extension, East Street, and Great Northern Road. Significant investments continue to be made in transit by capitalizing on ISIP funding as well. Next slide, please. On the screen now is a breakdown of the funding sources of the capital budget. Much like the operating side, the capital budget needs to be balanced with revenues matching the planned expenditures. Overall, the capital budget is funded just over one-half utilizing city funds, which includes property tax dollars and city reserves, and the remainder coming from outside sources such as funds from senior levels of government. The amounts to be funded from city reserves is a large injection from the Public Works Equipment Reserve of $2.5 million and continued investment into the landfill and associated equipment. Next slide, please. Looking forward to 2026 and beyond, the capital program is anticipated currently at $158 million over the 4 years. This is using the assumption that levels of funding remain consistent with previous years. In the next few years, council should expect additional investments in the biosolids facility and the West End Plant Phase 2, which are funded from sanitary user fees for the most part, as well as significant landfill site improvements. Also, as asset management planning continues to improve, which will include the third phase in the financing strategy due by July of next year, more fine-tuned and better information will become available for future capital budgets. Next slide, please. As in previous years, service level changes are provided for council's consideration. These items are not included within the preliminary budget and require council's approval to go forward. For 2025, there's a total of 22 requests totaling a 2025 impact of $2.5 million. CEO Ver and various members of SMT will be discussing these shortly, and some may form part of the CO's recommendation for council's deliberation. Next slide, please. Sanitary investments, both operating and capital, are not funded by the tax levy, but make up part of our budget process. The budget for these investments continue to be separated to allow for better decision-making. Included within the 2025 budget, pages 141 to 149 of this evening's agenda are the details of both the operating and capital expenditures and the funding sources applicable. Continued investment again is being recommended for the biosolids initiatives as well as linear infrastructure. Next slide, please. The sanitary user fee is calculated as a percentage of water revenues collected and forecasted by PUC. At 80% of water revenues, the total sanitary revenue totals approximately $19.7 million for 2025. The revenue is then used to fund both the operating and capital pressures and recommendations. And within the capital program are the estimated cash flows of significant capital projects, such as the two projects mentioned previously. When council finalizes the sanitary budget, the total project budget, as well as the current year cash flows, are considered approved. Finally, next slide, please. Finally, in December, final budget resolutions will be considered by council that will account for any adjustments made during deliberations, which will include local and levy boards. Once the tax levy is approved by council, staff return in March or April with amendments and recommended changes to tax ratios and tax rates. And that concludes our presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Facey. Thank you, Ms. Shell. Council, this is the tabling of the budget, so all the questions will be December 9th. Sorry, yeah, thank you. Unless there are any procedural questions about the process. Okay. Seeing none.
That will take us to the service level changes 2025.
I'll just note for the purposes of the meeting that there's correspondence submitted on the council agenda for council's review. Mr. Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. We had a number of supplemental requests that we wanted to highlight for council for this year's budget. We broke those up into capital investments, service level changes, and then some complement changes that have been requested across different departments. What we're going to do is have the leaders for those different areas speak briefly, one slide to each of these requests to provide council with some background and information on the different supplemental requests. So the first up would be the automated speed enforcement, AMPS project, and Dan Perry will speak to that project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The request you see before you is for the implementation of automated speed enforcement supported by an administrative monetary penalty system. Automated speed enforcement is an effective tool in ensuring compliance with posted speed limits in school zones and community safety zones. This request is made up of 3 components: one-time costs to cover the program startup, ongoing or operational costs, and a staff complement increase. All costs associated with the program will be offset by revenues generated from the infractions captured. This results in a $0 levy increase. If the program results in a surplus, staff recommend that the funds remain with the roads capital program to supplement road safety improvements.
Thank you, Dan. The next service level changes, there's 3 from Community Development and Enterprise Services, and Brent Lamming, Deputy CAO, will speak to those items.
Mr. Bear, for our first request here has been spoken tonight about arts and culture funding. In 2018, the community culture plan was prepared. The plan's objective was to foster investment in economic development, arts, culture, and heritage, strengthening partnerships to promote culture vitality in the community, strengthen connectivity among those in creative sectors locally. Plan identified that Sault Ste. Marie was lower than average for funding for cultural grants relative to municipal peers. Phase approach has been taken. Back in 2018, funding for arts and culture was about $53,900. There was some advances up until 2022, where it was brought to $144,500. Since that time frame, that $144,500 has been consistent. Of that $144,500, $40,000 is set aside for community art and public art projects, which you see in the form of public murals and within our facilities. The other portion of $104,500 is broken down for cultural financial assistance grants. The ask this evening is for $160,500. That'll get us to the target level of approximately $5 per capita, which was identified with Future SSM a number of years ago. Next slide. The next request is for downtown security. This was supported by our local district social services administration board with funding for 2022. The project started in July of this year. As you'll see by the chart on the screen, there's been 302 reported incidents year to date. Ending October, of that, there's been 87 incidents with respect to mental health call support, another general 196 calls for contact and loitering, police calls representing 16, and then NORPO backup calls of 3, amounting to the 302 calls. This initiative is to help promote additional layer of safety in the downtown core and is in support of having a vibrant and attractive downtown. We've had numerous businesses reach out to city staff, appreciating the support that the patrol guards have had. They patrol all the way from East Street and all the way in front of the GFL Memorial Gardens, and they loop around the downtown plaza. They're very active in their approach to the downtown core and very visible in their approach. So we're looking for support on that initiative. Next slide. With respect to our park upgrades, we had the parks analysis plan that was presented a number of years ago, along with the revitalization plan. At that time, staff's goal was to redo 3 parks per year. We have done a number of parks over the last few years, and we're looking for support to do 2 parks per year on a move forward basis. Some of the ones that we can highlight that the city can take pride on moving forward was Anna Marinelli Park, Rosedale Park revitalization, the downtown plaza, West End Manzo Splash Pad, which has been very well received, and Parkland and Westwood Park, which are finishing up with grand openings planned for the spring. Next slide. I think I'll pass this on to
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On October 21st of 2024, Public Works presented an updated fleet renewal plan. This new plan addresses the unfunded backlog, which is continually growing, and also includes our first electric pickup. The revised plan sets the annual spend for 2025 at 2.9 million. Council is being asked to approve 450,000 to reach that $2.9 million goal. If this is not approved, the backlog continues to grow and we continue to operate an aged fleet with higher than normal maintenance and repair costs. Next slide, please.
So it's 6 positions. Forward to council at the time of positions. Provides those positions that we are bringing. We'll discuss the records and election.
So Council will recall, we had this proposal last budget cycle for a records and election coordinator to manage freedom of information requests, corporate records, and election coordination. So the rationale across Ontario, freedom of information requests are typically dealt with within the city clerk's office. This position would increase legal capacity by freeing up solicitor time for purely solicitor work, creating efficiency savings of some $81,000. The business case also allows us an opportunity to expand municipal services by offering civil marriage ceremonies at the Civic Center. We'll also have the opportunity to improve continuity in election planning by having a consistent staff person rather than hiring somebody on a contract basis every 4 years. And we'll align succession planning in both the clerk's department and the legal department and allow for more cross-training opportunities. The net cost is $59,776 ongoing. And that is $106,000 for wages and benefits for an employee for the $59,776 with the business case, plus realizing efficiencies of $81,000 by freeing up solicitor time.
Mayor and members of council. I want to briefly go over the rationale for the additional position in information technology. I first want to address the first 3 bullets in the presentation. That is, this position will play a key role in ensuring current and future ERP applications are implemented and managed, supported effectively. Added support required for growing application user base, increasing complexity and the needed integration between systems, and providing prompt resolution, effective user base to maintain high user satisfaction and productivity levels. To those 3 points, the city faces some challenges regarding our enterprise resource planning suite of applications. Recently, Microsoft announced this year that as of September the 30th of 2029, our financials system, Dynamics GP, will be end of life with no product support or updates as of that date. Our Public Works work management system, WorkTech, requires a significant upgrade from a Windows client-based application to a web-based user interface due to its end of life that is coming up shortly as well. Our human resources application functionality requires some additional features, providing more of an end-to-end workflow solution to manage the entire employee life cycle from onboarding to position management and ultimately retirement. In 2025, this position will probably play a key role in, we're striking up a committee made up of IT, finance, and other key areas to develop an ERP replacement strategy involving creating a project vision, mapping the current state, gathering system requirements, prototype processes and evaluate alternatives, and finalize a roadmap to that ERP replacement. In bullet items 4 and 5, develop and support automated data processes, develop and support reports and dashboards to communicate insight effectively to staff and the public and council. This position will, once again, will be used. We have a demand from city departments looking to improve reporting and analytical insights to make factual-based decisions. This position will assist with that. Additional resources are also required to ensure proper adoption and implementation of tools such as RBI, dashboarding portals, and also the adoption of artificial intelligence. We'll be investigating or identifying cataloging data sets, ensuring data security, and identifying and working with the best AI technology suited for each department. And in the last bullet, back in 2019, the IT and Digital Strategy Report recommended adding more project resources to IT, including 2 project coordinators and a business analyst, as the volume is beyond what IT can deliver. Basically, the consultant rebranded the business analyst position. We call it the application support analyst programmer. The industry calls it a business analyst. So we're looking at adding that position at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And I think just important to underscore, the volume of work, but then also, when we're replacing the backbone of our IT systems, being our financial system, our HRS system, our work tech system, these are big lift projects for the organization. They have the opportunity to provide a lot of efficiencies and opportunities to do things better. And in talking with my other colleagues and CAOs that are undertaking these projects, they are starting work now because they have GP similar to the city in order to make sure they have their house in order to adopt these new systems in the future. So it's a really important one for the city. Next up, we have the maintenance employee, and DCAO Susan Hamilton Beach will speak to this.
For a number of years now, Public Works Parks Maintenance Division has requested an additional playground maintenance employee. Our existing infrastructure is aged. We reported that a number of times, and thus it requires additional maintenance to ensure the safety of these different systems and that it complies with regulations. Council has approved in principle to replace the playgrounds over 10 years, and we are starting to see those improvements. It is also noted, though, at this time that the list of sites that require general regular maintenance by this team, and just to note that this team is 2 individuals, has increased substantially from splash pads to the plaza to the disc parks, the dog park, pump track, skateboard park, and the outside exercise equipment area. So that's all on 2 individuals at this point in time. This approximate cost here is $87,000.
Thank you. For the next position, DCO Brent Lamming will speak to the events assistant.
Mr. Bear, for the events assistant position through the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, it actually recommended 3 positions. What we're proposing this evening is 1 position to share right across the Community Services Division. During the community consultation, it was reported that community events were strongly desired by residents, particularly free events, licensed events for adult, and more culturally relevant events for shifting demographics. Local events play an important role in community development and the quality of life. This individual would support events in the downtown core. They'd also support community park events. They'd support events at the Ermatinger Cleric Historical Site. They'd support winter events, promoting events, and also events at the Northern Community Center community space as well. So we've taken this position and kind of spread it across 3 positions that were being recommended from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and try to spread that work with this individual. Thank you.
Okay, and the final position is a clerical research assistant, and Karen Fields, our city solicitor, will speak to this role.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor and Council. Legal is asking for an additional clerical position for the department. Legal has had 3 clerical staff since 2016. And since 2016, the corporation has added departments to its complement. It has expanded departments. And with all of those expansions, of course, it expands the workload in legal. We've also, within the department, added during that time a lawyer to the complement and a risk manager, and still have not added anything to the staff complement. We need this additional help to be able to maintain the workloads and continue to service the corporation and support the lawyers in the department. This will also assist with coverage when we have absences. We found that currently we cannot fill absences or leaves. Even in our last 18-month leave, we couldn't find somebody on a temporary basis to come in and fill for the 18 months. So it leaves us with absolutely then dire straits with clerical. The position would be clerical in nature, but it would also be expanded as we don't have an articling student or a paralegal. This person would also then be required to take on legal research for the team. They would become familiar with the rules and the forums that the lawyers appear in. So the rules of civil procedure, Ontario Land Tribunal, Ontario Labor Relations Board, Ontario Human Rights Tribunal, each have their own set of rules and procedures that are necessary, and as staff members should be able to assist a lawyer when they need to do their pleadings. And it will also assist with the drafting of simple pleadings. The cost of that will be, it's a unionized position, and it's $83,900, which will be salary and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. We provided for council information the other positions that were requested. As mentioned, we've shortlisted and prioritized the positions, and we will come back at budget time with a strategy to fund those initial positions through the tax stabilization year fund, and phase in these roles in the future. Happy to answer any questions council may have regarding these supplemental budget requests.
Largely on the procedure, because the actual expense of them you can ask on December 9th. Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
The departmental budgets are attached for the information of council under item 11. And then I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Scott resolved that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries.